Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome, everyone, to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's stop number 2, the ABT South from Lake Martin. And we've already got Somerset Pelton, the Angler of the Year Championship Hunt, taking that victory at the first stop. Now it's time to find out who can win at stop number 2. A lot of money's on the line, over $64,000 available up for grabs for these 225 boats that are ready to hit the water for the first time this week in competition. Now, they've been practicing prior to this in search of that $15,000 first place prize. Now, also a lot of money on the line. If you're in a Phoenix boat, say another $8,000 if you have a proper Phoenix boat, take the victory. Even if you don't, $2,500 is going to go to the highest placing finisher in that Phoenix boat. People like Garmin with their $500 rewards as well. And America's First Federal Credit Union, our sponsor for this morning show, also offering money not only if you have your boat, but if you have your truck, finance through them as well. So it could be $1,000 or $2,000 payday for them. But this ABT Live presented by AmFirst, we're glad you can be a part of it. 225 boats going for this title. Now, when you talk about Lake Martin, we've seen it before. They do not have a problem catching fish, catching bass at Lake Martin. I believe the limit's going to be 14 inches across the board. Is that right, John? 12 inches. Even better. That's why they catch them so much. 12 inches across the board, whether it's largemouth spot, you name it. But the numbers won't be the problem. The size of those fish are going to be the determinant. You'll hear guys talking about, I need a kicker fish. I need 2 kicker fish, because 5 for 10 is not going to get you anywhere. What's it going to take to win here on a spring day when the water temps are about 62 or 63? It is probably going to take somewhere between 16 and 18 pounds, because you have some of the best fishermen in not only Alabama but surrounding states. This is the Alabama Bass Trail. If you haven't been a part of it, you need to sign up for next year. And speaking of that, the ABT 100s for 2025 were also released, I believe, yesterday. They're going to be going to Guntersville, Wilson, as well as Lake Eufaula, which these South guys are quite familiar with. So, again, let's get this thing started. We start things off the same way we do at each and every stop of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. If you would, rise, take your hats off, pay tribute to all of our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world with the playing of our national anthem. Looking out there at those beautiful lineup of boats, you see them prepared to go. We are planning on taking off at the top of the hour as time is kicking down. 6 o'clock start for all of these anglers. We will have a 2:30 first flight check-in. Again, the best of the best are out there here on the Alabama Bass Trail, ready to go at that $64,000 prize purse. Again, first place last year took $10,000. First place this year takes home $15,000. We pay through the top 40 spots. 5:59. I say that's close to 6. Let's get this going. John gives me the thumbs up. I love it. Boat number 1. Again, guys, count out or say your boat number as you pass by the boat, which is not on plane. Boat number 1, Ricky Wagner, Jeff Adams, you are free to go. You see that lineup. Number 2 boat. Uh-oh, there's some studs right behind. Josh Chappell, Paul Davis ready to do it. You're free to release, guys. Again, call out your boat number when you pass me just so I know who you are. Jeff Fulgham, Jacob Fulgham. I always get your name right. I know you appreciate that. I screw up a lot of people, but not you. Zach Hester, Paul Hester. Boat number 4, you are free to go as well. Chase Gregory and Copeland Rosser in boat number 5. We also do stop after every flight. After every 25 boats, I'll stop, make sure that flight's clear, and we'll pick back up with the next one. Boat number 6, Mark Ammons, Terry Harris. Free to release, Billy Lewis and Justin Kaiser. Good to go. And lucky number 7. Myself, Darian, Jason will be out there on the water. Kay Donaldson will be in the ABT studios. Mark McCaig, Tim Hurst, they're going to be out there fishing in boat number 8. They're always a favorite, but I think on this body of water they would even be a bigger favorite. Good luck, gentlemen. Boat number 9, Lynn Pritchard, Jackson Baker, you are free to release. Again, call out your boat numbers when you pass me, guys, please. I hear you. I hear you, Marcus Aurelius. Good luck, fellas. Hello, Governor. I'm glad you remember it. Hello, Governor. Jimmy Sims, Jared Sims in the 10 boat. Good to go. Willie and Louie. Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton Jr. in the 11. Boat number 12, Rodney Arwood and Taylor Ellington. Free to release. 13 is Garrett Carter, Gene Carter. Boat number 40 is right behind the welcome back Carters. Our boat number 14, Eric Farnham and Cameron Gibbons. Boat 15, Zach Harrison, Kristen Harrison, free to release. I appreciate you calling out that boat number. Boat 16, Shane Kennan and Tina Kennan, good to go. Call out those numbers. Boat number 17, Tyler Malone, Cade Law. Boat number 18, Luther Murphy, Jeremy Nobles. Is it Jordan? Is it Jordan? Top 10 at Lake Jordan, Tyler Smart, Andrew Maddox. Followed by another top 10. They took the top spot at Jordan. That would be Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. Winners on the Alabama Bass Trail for 2024. Good luck, guys. Boat 21, Charles Bailey III, Keith Lashley. Boat 22, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Couple of big sticks out there doing it in the double deuce. 23, Kevin Ullman, Brandon Sutton. Boat 24, John Brown and Trey Sorrells in the final boat of flight number 1. Again, they're doing it at 2:30. Ricky Dunn, Trent Davis. Boat number 25 has been called. John, we clear? Let's do 26. Brett Hart, Ricky Hart. Good to go. Boat 27, Jeff Cannon, Marty Colley. Boat 28, Andrew Hall, Michael Allen. Free to release. The 29 of John King and Chris Gregory. Boat 30, Spencer Morris and James Morris. Got just behind them Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. I wonder if Justin Mott made it here on time. He's boat number 32 with Randall Hamilton. Inside story there. I'll tell you a little bit later. Boat number 33, A.A. Ron Smith and Scott Dupriest. Free to go. Boat 34, Jeff Ritchie, Matt Ritchie. Boat 35, Jason Stevens, Jack White. Michael Bryant and Mike Garrett in the 36 boat, trying to get all these guys out there so they can start their fishing day off. Charlie Cummings and Sammy Bailey in the next boat. I guess Charlie had some issues or something. Got in a car wreck or something. I thought I was reading the other day. Was that right? Who? No, that wasn't him. I was thinking that was his old partner, I think. Hunter Davidson, Larry Davidson. Yeah, that's what was stuck in my mind. Hunter Davidson, Larry Davidson, boat number 38. Noah Godwin, Cole Godwin, top 10 at Lake Jordan. Those Godwin boys are tough. They got a handful of wins on the ABT. Boat 40, Dan Graham, Richard Chavez. Good luck, Team Godwin. Behind Senor Chavez, we've got Brandon Jones, J-Rod Wilson, or Jared, however you want to say it. I like J-Rod. It sounds good. Thank you. Mark Ivy, James Foley to 42. The Richard Petty entry. Top 10 back at Jordan, Jeff Jennings, JJ, and MJ, Mitchell Jennings in the boat 43. Tony Luke, Fred Dyer in the 44. 45 of Matt Maddox and Bill Maddox. Team Maddox just in front of Dale Brown and Gunner Brown, downtown Gunner Brown. Alan Don't Call Me Cale Yarborough and Chance Perry in boat number 47. Chad Ray in the 48 with Todd Price, his fellow angler. P-Dub, Paul Williams, Amanda Williams in the 49 boat. Good luck, boys and girls. And the final boat of this flight, flight number 2, be Tim Taylor, Philip Morris. What have we got any of that? Tobacco money. Isn't that Philip Morris? Got some of that. Hey, good luck, guys. That should be that flight. Boat number 51, let's do it. Eric Staggs, Tyler Caton, sorry about that. I gave you an extra R. R's for race. Get to that first spot early. Jason Sapp, Wally Bell in the 52. 53, Stephen Navarre and Chris Hethcox. Jackie Price, Daryl Witherspoon, followed by Riley McCullough, Philip McCullough. Jim Morgan, Tim Vanigman in the 56 boat. Good to see you back. Danny Kirk, Will Kirk. Who's Captain Kirk today? They're in the 57. 58, Brian Holcomb, Wade Hornsby in the range. Daniel Fogel, Chris Pearson in the 59 boat, followed by Joey Kaler and David Kaler. Team Kaler just in front of Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. Kyle Schuchard and Derek Benz in the 62. Jace Thompson and Thomas Eden in the 63 boat. Again, guys, thank you for waving. Remember to say your number when you pass me, because that way I don't look up and I can get you out quicker. Tim Windsor, Mike Smith in the 64. Boat number 65, Mike Autry and Mike Freeman. Bunch of Mike in that boat. Thank you, sir. Brett Cottle and Nick Robinson in the double 6. Gentry Gordy, Hunter Farish in the 67 boat. Good luck. Clay Harris, Joe Williams in the 68 boat. 69, John Kellett, Zeke Gossett. You think of 69, you think of those two today. Xavier McKinney, Lonnie Vincent in there in the 70 boat. 71, Scott Parkinson, Brian Stewart, free to go. Douglas Shower and Joseph Shower. We got the power hour. Maybe it's the shower hour, so we're keeping the rain away, so hopefully no showers. We just have these guys cross the stage, doing well. Doug Stevens and Jacob Wood in the 73, 74 of Cody Williams and Jonathan Cohn. Justin Adams, Jacob Adams, the Adams family in the 75 in the final boat of that flight. Waiting for 75 to clear. Call out your boat number so I know what you is. There goes 74, looking for 75. Team Adams is good, so let's go 76. Justin Coker, Evan Robbins. 77, Mike Freeman, Zach Freeman. We still got Morgan Freeman in this deal. Chris Hutcherson, BG Marvettes. Should be BF, Big Fish Marvettes. That'd be better. Mark LaPlante, Tim Notes. No, excuse me. I didn't mean Notes. I knew it didn't sound right. The 79, boat number 80, Leonard McGuire, Maurice Smith. Boat 81, James Perkins, Melody Perkins. Love their restaurants. Boat 82, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. You're good to go. Nick Turner and Joe Lay just behind in 83. They're chomping at the bit to get out there. David White, Hannah Peoples in the 84 boat. Charles and Chuck Beach Jr. in the 85. Back for another tour. Good luck, Nick and Joe. Beaches back for another tour on the ABT. Second place at Lake Jordan, trying to do one better this week. Colby Croson as well as Kate. Is it Krauser or Croson? I never heard my official verbiage. I know they might have been saying it wrong all week. Jacob George and Ryan Sweeney in the 87. 88, Daryl Eichner and Tammy Eichner. Hey, Justin Mott did showed up. Welcome, Sleepy Time. We're glad you could join us. Yeah, I needed that extra rest. He was thinking it's going to rain, going, man, I don't want to be out there in that. Gage King, Wes King in the 89. Where you at? There you go. Thank you, guys. Doing a great job. Robert Meadus and Carlton Alford in the 90 boat. Thank you. Will Nichols, Jake Young in the 91, 92, Adam Ryder, Brad Trotter. 93, Travis Stuck and Todd Sims. Good to go. Chris Walton, Jace Garrett in the 94. 95, Jeremy Britton, Matt Young. Uh-oh. Watch out. They can take it. Danny Coffer and Kevin Kofer in the 96. 97, Joey Davidson, Tullis Lanier back at it. Repeat offenders on the Alabama Bass Trail. Jake Rogan and Ryan Ingram in the 98. Good luck, guys. 99, Walter Lawrence, James White. And the final boat of this flight, Amart, Alan Martin, and Langston Martin. Team Martin in boat number 100. Waiting for 100 to clear. Where you at, 100? I think they might have. Hey, right there. All right, we'll wait for them to clear. Give them just a little second. Although I know John Pollard and Tim Watkins have things dialed in. They're ready to, they're chomping. All right, let's do it. John Pollard, Tim Watkins. You can do it now, 101. You can get on out of here. Ken Sessions, Greg Sessions. Fishing is now in session. Kenny Smith, R.J. Thompson in the 103. Charlie Williams and Michael Smith in the 104. Jim Beavers and Michael Wright in the 105. Daryl Crenshaw, Billy Adamson in the 106. Cody Farr, good to go with Hunter Billingsley in the 107. Back at it again. Scotty Hawley and Brian Pike in the 108 boat. Just behind them, the 109 free to release. That would be Danny Lavoie and Danny Smith. Danny Central in the 109. Lake Martin winners from last year, Mike McCullers, Slade McCullers. Can they go back-to-back this year, make an extra $5,000? It's a $15,000 first place payday. They're in the 110, 111, Stuart Payne, Nicholas Bremmel. Boat 112, where you at? I want to hear those numbers. Skylar Sanders, Calvin Burton. Everybody call out your number, even if you wave. That's like John when he gives me the finger. I want to see a thumb, but I never know. Shane Thompson, Brent Shiver in the 113 boat. There you go. 114, Jimmy Wood, Ken Jones. Woo! That's how I'm saying. See, no doubt Jimmy and Ken. I can hear 114, Foster Bradley, Nick Harris. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Say it. Say it. No, you ain't got to give me the woo, but they've been doing this a long time. Got to call out that number. John Burt, Charles Davis, 117 is just behind them. Trevor Elliott and Bo Washam. David Hutchins, Todd Spencer in the 118 boat. Free to release, 119, Chris Landers. Brad Pitts. Brad Pitts is here? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Edgar McMichael, Dale McMichael in the 120. 121, Brian Province and David Talley. 122 is Stephen Rogers, Jacob Rogers. Good God, we're just barely over halfway through. Bo Terrell, Matt Daniel, or Matthews, his official name, in the 123. Timothy Watson Sr. and Timothy Watson Jr. No relation to Randy Watson from Coming to America. Lee Boyd and John Sankbile in the 125. Scott Crittenden and Matt Crittenden in the 126. Robert Croston and Mark Compton. You know, I just barely snuck into this next flight when I went Lee and John in the 125. But we're going on. We're still moving. 128, Rodney Grant, Charles Stevens. When it thins out, I'll give you a little leeway. Josh Law, Chad Law, I want to hear you call yourself out in boat 129. Looking for 130. Where are you at? Where is the 130, John? You see him? Where is Connor Miller and Caleb Miller? Is it Miller time for them? Is it Miller time and cracking open some bush? That's the deal. There they is. Boat 131, Jeff Myers, John Melton, excuse me. Chad Schroeder, Chase Schroeder, top 10 at Lake Jordan, trying to keep that roll going. Also, you know, trying to qualify for the championship. All the teams are, but also maybe finish high enough to make it to the Bassmaster Team Championship like years past. Jason Tomlin, Justin Foster in boat 133. 134, Adam Waits, Turner Carlisle. 135, Ashley Brasher and Kyle Tigner. Good luck. Guys, 136, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 137, Jason Tigner. 138, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 139, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 140, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 141, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 142, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 143, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 144, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 145, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 146, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 147, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 148, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 149, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 150, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 151, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 152, Aaron Tigner and Kyle Tigner. 153, Aaron Tigner and Kyle That G3 there, they're looking for some skinny water. You don't have to have a big old heavy fiberglass boat. Adam Waits and Carlisle 134. 135 is Brasher and Tigner. 36 is Curtis Coleman, Kent McNaughton. Good luck, guys. 137 just behind them, Garrett Gordy, Lisa Love. Lisa Love. They're in the Love boat. Vic Harper, Blake Harper in the 138, followed by CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins, top 10 at Lake Jordan. Looking to do it here at Merton. So if it's Jordan, I wonder if it'd be Merton. David Mims, Chris Master in the 140, followed by David Pear and David Noakes. Double David in that one. Brandon Rufo, Marshall Rufo, a lot of Rufo in that one, but 142. 143, Quilly Trott and Neil Davis. First Quilly I have ever met. James White, Eugene Davis, good to go in the 144. 145, Michael Adams, Ray Adams. That's the second Adams families we've got in our field. 146, Adam Crawford, Rob Sandlin, free to go. David Ayers in the 147 boat, paired up with Randall Barnard. Ayers, a former winner on the Alabama Bass Trail. Derek Hutchins and Jay Hutchins, good to go. 148, 149, Jamie Lewis and Charlie Thomas. And the final boat, 150, I want to hear where you're at. Wesley McKellar, Adam Carrington, where you is. There he is. Hey, good luck, fellas. Good luck. Gonna let them clear. There's Wes and Adam. Good luck, gentlemen. Have fun out there. Look at JD and Kevin. They're on it now. But 151, JD Perez and Kevin Gibson, you are free to go. Thank you. Sammy Reynolds and James Ward in the 152. 153, Terry Tucker, Jeremy Green. Green Machine. He is a machine, though, you know. You want to control him, you can barely contain him at all. Jason Wyndham and Kevin P in the 154, Brent Benton and Dwayne Keel in the 155. 156, Daniel Carlisle, Jared Hubbard. Yeah, and y'all know where you're at. Y'all can slowly work your way up here. Jody Fitz, Michael George giving him fits. Jeffrey Haskins, Mike Chambers, good to go. Robbie Lee and Thad Crowley in the 159. Matt McKenzie, Brandon Black, good to go in the 160 boat. Remember, we got Darian and Jason out there on the water. We'll be going live to them when we get coverage in a 3-box when they catch up with an angler. You may actually have it now. Tim Peake and Byron Smith in the 161. They're behind McKenzie and Black. 162, Gary Rogers and James Doremus. Brian Stifler, Big B, and Ben Black, the double B in the 163. Good to go. Good luck, gentlemen. The Lake Martin winner a couple of years ago, Larry Walters and Shane Patterson. Good to go. Thank you, guys. Welcome to that return. Greg Bearden and David Connor, 165. 166, David Cooper, Chris Strickland, free to release. Buck muscle. I like that. Sounds close to my butt muscle, which is getting some workout today, but buck muscle sounds much better. I went Cooper and Strickland 166. I do Marty Giddens and Kim Giddens. I don't think I did. There they are in that 167, ready to go. Shane Horton, Brandon Horton, good luck to Team Horton. No relation to D.R. Horton. We have set that in stone. Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, the 2023 Anglers of the Year, Lake Martin winners from last year as well. They are hammer time all the time. But 170, Keith Mayfield, Daryl Adams, you are free to go. Let's go on Harry Parkinson, Jason Turner in the 171. 172, Troy Richardson, Stephen Davis, free to release. 173, Terry Stevens and Gabe Aldridge. Again, say your boat numbers, guys, so it gives me a heads up without looking around. Thank you. We had Aldridge, and now we'll bring on Weathers and Partridge. We have Austin Archer, Charles Estes, the 175, the final boat of that flight. Move on to our next one. Terry Coughlin, Ted Scoville in the 176. Larry Franks Jr., Larry Franks Sr. There is a bunch of Larry Frank in that boat, or Franks. Mitchell Hall, the 178 with Ray Mitchell. Mitchell in the first name, Mitchell in the last name. That's Mitchell. Blake, is it Johnson? Or did we miss the name? All right, Lance Bearden in the 179. 180, Trinity Mailer and Max Haygood. The 181 of Shane Powell, Tim Fox. I know what they got in their belly. They're ready to fire it up out there in the AKA the Kickin' Chicken. James Scott and Kenny Carroll in the 182 boat. The 183 of David Sneed and Clint Carter. Welcome back. John Thomas Wally and Justin Duke in the 184. Joey Don't Call Me Kevin Adderhold in the 185 with Tim Hatcher. Hey, Joey, is Kevin Adderhold, my boat driver, related to you? We don't know. I'll do a DNA thing. I'll get him to on the slide and we'll work on it. What number were we at? I done lost it. I know we were down there at the bottom. We were 85, 86, Mark Cameron, Brian Belcher in the 186, 187, John Frank, Mark Womack. Thank you. 188, Mike Hearn, Sugar Walker. Sugar, thank you for the donuts. I had to donate them. I went to a carnivore diet. But Sugar Walker is the new favorite, always a favorite anyway on the Alabama Bass Trail. But among the cast and crew, you are absolutely the favorite without a doubt. Brian Jones, Barry Jones, tear it up out there. Ripping it in that nitro. Scott McDonald, Ty McDonald. Oh, McDonald had a fish. E-I-E-I-O. And they're in boat 190 today. Go tear them up, fellas. Justin Naley and Tommy Gunn. The Tommy Gunn in the 191. 192, Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden. A top 10 at Lake Jordan. We see them way over there. Former Anglers of the Year, many-time winners on the ABT. Kirk Thomas, Harold Wells. Oh, Harold Wells. Had that name a time or 10. And Harold Wells the turd. That's how they say it in Canada. Ken Walters, Jason Beasley in the 194. 195, J.J. Atwell, Steve Fultz. Corey Cole, Hayden Cole. Trying to squeeze that coal into diamonds today. 197, Blake Davenport, Zach Lightsey. 198, Cullen Green, Dayton Green. You're free to release in the final boat of our second to last flight. Be Lucas Lindsay, Brenton Holt, third place at Lake Jordan. They started off in a big way. And need to do it again here at Lake Merton. Again, I like that Jordan Merton thing. Our final boat, our final flight takeoff, Waylon Mullis, Jeff Franzler and Mullis in the 201, 202, Russell Sapp, Logan Sims. Scotty Taylor and Shane Barker free to release in the 203, the 204 of Trey Wade and Bradley Parnell. The 205 up next, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. You are free to go. 206, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Joe Lacey, the 206. 207, Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. Followed by Steve Fincher and Austin Rich in the 208. 209, Patrick Graben, and Lisa Evans. I was almost going to say grab them. That would be even cooler. Clay Jens and Ty Solis in the 210 boat today. The 211, Matt McClung, Brian Acey. Clinton Nail and Kevin McCaleb free to release. Eddie Rhodes and Dennis Butler just behind them. Dylan Singleton and Brett Williams in the 214 boat, followed by the 215 of Ty Story and Chuck Douglas with two S's. Shane Wallace, Anthony Coley in the 216 in this final flight, getting a little extra time to fish today. And Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd, like they needed more time to fish, getting that final flight. Could pay off. Mike Cox, Colt Boyette in the 218 back again. Trey Doust and Justin Doust in the 219. Hashtag Team Hurst, Matt Hurst, Roy Hurst Jr. in the 220 boat. Where they is? Looking for them. Did they go sneaky? Oh, there they is. They're up there. Did they go sneaky and get by me? They might want to stick around here close. Boat 221, Nathaniel Killo and Isaac Goggins Jr. Dustin McKinney, Justin Walker in the triple deuce. You're free to go. 223, James Pence and Jonathan Munkus. Final two boats is 224. That would be Mike Scroggins and Tay Crabb. And the final boat, the boat we've been waiting for, boat number 225, Jody Veach and Craig Hall. You are free to release the final boat of this one and only day of the Alabama Bass Trail. Stop number 2 of the ABT South, as always, presented by Phoenix Boats. We've got boats out on the water. Jason, Darian, I'm going to go back and find my driver. Me and Brenton are going to get on board and find as many boats as we can today and tell you their story. Those of you watch on AlabamaBassTrail.org or on Facebook. My name is Robbie Floyd. Kay Donaldson's also in the studio today. She'll be in there throughout the day at our Amherst morning takeoff, or Amherst morning show. There's our final boat. They said, you know what? I'm going to let everybody go, and I'm going to peel off just behind them. So that's it. 225 boats took off. We'll see everybody here at Wind Creek State Park. I don't know if I've said that or if I've said that enough. Wind Creek State Park, if you want to come out here. Supposedly, John, we're done with the rain, so we're hoping that's the case. Whether it's going to be in the 60s today, the water temps in the 60s, now we hope they catch some fish. So we're live out on the water. We're going to go to one of those boats. If not, we'll go into our studio or break. But glad you can stick with us for the next 4 hours. We'll be on till 11 a.m.
Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here at Wind Creek State Park. Robbie mentioned that at Alexander City. Wind Creek State Park is one of the crowning jewels in our state park system, a very unique system when you come and find an affordable place for families to visit, and it is a great place to host a bass fishing tournament. This marks about the 8th year we've been to Lake Martin, and it is a phenomenal fishery. You heard Robbie talk about it early in the broadcast. Limits are always plentiful. Sometimes 221 limits out of 225 teams is what we've seen come across the stage before. Average around 210 limits. People in the parking lot yesterday saying if you can't catch a limit at Lake Martin, something is wrong. They're catching them deep. They're catching them shallow. Robbie mentioned water temp, 62 degrees. This lake is 44,000 acres. Not all fishable right now, as you can see from some of the drone footage that we showed you earlier. The water is still down considerable amount from what it is in summer pool. However, overnight it has come up about 14 inches. So it is going to change what these guys saw on Thursday when it was bright bluebird skies and sunny with low wind. Yesterday it was completely overcast. Storm rolled in about 3 o'clock yesterday. Luckily, we avoided the lightning and thunder that normally will kind of trigger these fish and make them a little skittish. We didn't have that, so we expect that we'll see lots of fish catches today out on Lake Martin. 225 teams took off this morning. They are fighting for that $15,000 first place. They're fighting for points to get into our championship later on in October on Lay Lake, and they're fighting for the chance to go to the Bassmaster Team Championship later on this year, and that location has not been published yet. We talked a little bit about the lake. It is 44,000 acres, 750 miles of wooded shoreline is what you're going to find here on Lake Martin. We talked about the weather conditions leading up to this. We had bright bluebird skies on Thursday, Friday overcast skies. Overnight we had a tremendous amount of rain, probably 4 to 6 inches of rain came through here. The rain has cleared. We're going to have overcast skies until later on today when the sun comes out. But looking at the pictures that you saw on the drone, the water doesn't look as muddy as I really expected it to. Some of the teams that we want to watch today are going to be Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. They went out boat 169. They're going to get a good amount of time to fish today. They've never fished lower than 9th place on this body of water. in an Alabama Bass Trail. So that's certainly a team that we want to look at. Some other teams, Tim Hatcher, Joey Adderhole, they've had really good success here January, February, March. So we're going to be watching them as well. Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst, that's another team that we have a tracker and a camera on as well. Some young guns, you heard it, Kobe and Cade Croson. They finished second at Lake Jordan. We put a camera on them. We've got a tracker on them. We're going to try to run them down today, as well as Connor and Caleb Miller. We're going to try to find them top 20 finish, top 15 finish for them on Lake Jordan. Some of the guys that you know that we're going to be watching, of course, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis. I interviewed Robbie earlier this week on the podcast, and that was the first name out of his mouth is that's a team we need to watch. They probably have the most narrowest of second places ever recorded in Alabama Bass Trail history. So we're going to get out there and watch them. I think Darian is in the area of where they are. Darian is going to be covering the Kalija area of the lake. Jason is going to be down at Elkahatchee area of the lake. And then Robbie will kind of cover around here at Wind Creek. And so we saw several of the trackers kind of stop once they got just outside of the park. So we expect that there'll be quite a few people that'll be fishing here locally around Wind Creek. You know, whether that's for retread fish or for fish that are pulling up in those spawning flats. They're very sandy lake here, so a whole different ecosystem than what we saw when we were at Lake Jordan. Again, you're going to see several times we're going to refer to the drone shots, and you'll be able to see the amount of the shoreline that is still exposed because the water is still down as much as it is. As Robbie mentioned, you can watch everything here on Facebook, on YouTube, as well as on AlabamaBassTrail.org. Click on live and go to the live on the water. But Darian has pulled up on a boat. I believe it is boat number 2, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. We're going to get out there really quickly on him. We expect fish catches to be fairly quick this morning, but we expect them to last throughout the day. So hopefully in the 5 hours we'll be here, we'll be able to show you a number of teams and a number of different ways that they're catching their fish here on Lake Martin. Yesterday, in just kind of the boat ramp talk, jigs, spinner baits, crankbaits, shallow, deep. I mean, the guys were catching them in all areas of the lake and all depths of the lake. So we expect to see quite a few fish catches today on camera. I do know that is Josh Chappell and Paul Davis that Darian is on. And so we're going to hurry up and get out to him so that you can watch more fish catching action than in the studio. So Darian, we're going to go ahead and get out to you and see what's going on out there on Lake Martin.
Look, I'm glad to see what I'm seeing right now. I see old school spring fishing. We're in the kind of the mid to back of Kalija Creek, and look at the water. I don't know if we can see this really well. You might not be able to tell on camera, but we got some stain in the water, and these guys are fishing old school. They're slinging jigs, they're throwing a buzzbait. They are springtime fishing how a lot of us grew up fishing, and I like to see that because nowadays we're seeing a bunch of live scoping going on. And there's a great debate about it, but there's something special about springtime fishing, slacklining one when you get a bite under a dock. These guys are, you can see how in sync they are. I don't know if they're swimming some kind of a white jig now or some sort, but these guys have a tenure in the ABT. Definitely guys to watch, and look, they're switching rods. This is old school. This is how a lot of us grew up fishing. That's a buzzbait. You can hear that. Oh, it'd be great to start the morning with a topwater bite. I don't want to get in too close because we don't want to spook what they've got going on. We heard earlier in the week there was a lot of bedfish, and we had obviously all of that rain come in, and there's debate whether or not that's going to move some of those bedfish around, back them off, or are they still going to be, some may still be locked in or locked on bed, but you can definitely tell these guys are fishing shallow, hoping for some of those pre-spawn or spawning fish to react. Looks like now they're both throwing. We got a buzzbait and a swim jig going on, it looks like. I'm gonna stay back off of y'all, but I got one question: is how was practice up here largemouth fishing?
Questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get a few bites, and a lot of them little, you know.
What do you think it's gonna take to win? 16, 17?
Might take more, who knows?
Well, Jason, we've got, we started back in the back of this creek, largemouth fishing, throwing a buzzbait and a swim jig action, looking for some largemouth. What you got going on?
Well, we have made the run, we'll call it upriver. Made a pretty good little run. We've caught up with boat number 161, Tim Peake and Byron Smith. Guys, the rain didn't show up, so it went away. We're a good day, right? We'll take this kind of fishing today, I think. How was practice for y'all?
Tons of fish.
Caught a lot of fish?
Fish are bigger down here.
Gotcha.
That's a general rule.
What kind of weight y'all looking for today?
We think we can catch 10 pounds. If anything over that, it's just going to be a blessing.
Gotcha.
I went on the first cast. So.
Did you catch one? I was going to ask next, how many you got in the box?
Some people think that's bad luck. I think it's great
No,
luck.
first cast won it last time, so we were at Pickwick last week, so.
Catching a fish is always good luck.
That's right. What kind of weight is that first one, you think?
It's just a small fish. We fully plan on culling him.
Okay.
He found some fish here in practice that were all 2+ pounders, so they may be a later in the day deal. We'll just have to wait and see. Man right there.
We got a fish on here. We got a good hook set too. And that makes 2.
I found a place we can catch a limit in 15 minutes.
That's what you need, right?
So we'll see.
Family and friends at home, I think that's what you're watching for. Fish catching is what we're all about.
I did lose one on the jerkbait.
Okay. We've had a chance to catch 3. Lost one on the jerkbait, you just said. So once again, this boat 161 10 Peak and Byron Smith. A lot of boats came this way this morning. We were in a long line of boats, and we just kind of started to pick some of these guys off, kind of find out what's going on and what's happening. These guys have already got 2 in the box, so that's a good sign. But teams are catching fish. That's kind of been the report, is if you don't catch a limit today, you may not be able to catch a limit. So we should see a lot of fish catches today. We should definitely see a lot of fish brought to the scales this afternoon. Just kind of fishing this rocky point here. Then the front's throwing a crankbait and the back's throwing a shaky head. So kind of mixing it up like teams should be doing. Looks like they may have swapped back to a shaky head in the front of the boat too now. Well, we're going to make the 3-box action happen here. So we've got Robbie. Robbie, I didn't get a chance to say it this morning, but welcome back, man. Good to see you. You're back out with us today. Thanks for bringing the good weather.
Yeah, I'm glad I let the rain stop. I'm hearing fish stories already this morning from boat 159, Robbie Lee and Thad Crowley. 1 fish though, 1.5 pounds, that's good. Almost guaranteed retread though, right? Y'all aren't too far from launch, and I've seen many people fish in these similar areas, but they are fishy areas. What are y'all trying to target? What are y'all doing here? What did that first fish come on? Lizard? Love it. So you caught some earlier this week, some largemouth up here shallow. How did the water look, say, earlier this week than now? How does it look different? Yeah, that's the thing with your water. So, say Kay said it looked cleaner in other areas, cleaner than what she thought it would look, but you're not going to have that choice because you just had 224 boats pass you. So I know the other teams out on the water, they can't hear what we're saying. What was it like in practice for you guys? What would we be looking at throughout the day if it didn't rain?
Flipping wood all day long.
Yeah, that's where they were.
Everything we done was on wood.
Did you stick a few? Did you catch a few?
We stuck a few, yes sir.
What do you think a good fish was?
3, I would
3 would be good.
3.
You take 5 3s right now, right?
Yes sir. Any day on this pond. 15 pounds is a fine bag on Lake Martin.
Looks like we have the drone up above us too, getting our shots there. Giving you your secret location, but it's no secret. Everybody comes here. Each point along the way as you make your way out towards the main lake.
They was for sure 74 seeing where we went, because
Yeah.
we dialed right through them.
Yeah. Is that the plan? I mean, this morning, work on these individual points and just work your way around. How many spots do you think you'll hop around?
Probably not gonna burn a gallon of gas.
Really? Stay here and make it work.
Grind it out. Unless if all else fails, we'll head south.
See that buzzbait working in the back. When the water was clear, could you see any fish on beds?
I think there is some, but for sure.
Have to be, right?
Yes, sir. Between 63, 64 degree water.
Yeah, as I mentioned, 63, 64 degree water this morning at the dock at takeoff, and it's just right over there, was 60. So it did cool down just a little bit overnight. It'll pick back up. Temperature's supposed to be in the mid 60s today for the ambient temperature. Sun's supposed to come out a little bit more. How'd you do at the first stop in Jordan? We don't want to talk about that. I can see the look on your face, but I had to ask.
Practice days was real good. That's what's disappointing, when you have real good practice days and then horrible Saturdays.
You were the Kevin Worth practice champion, and I bust Kevin every time. He's a buddy of mine, but former Elite Series angler. But that man won more practices than anybody I know. Don't win practice, win the tournament day, right? It happens.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, Darian, our guys are beating the bank. They said the wood was the key throughout the practice this week, and they're not going to burn a gallon of gas. They're going to camp down in some of the spots near takeoff. I don't know who you have or what you're seeing. I'm going to bail and go to the next guy and see what they have, but what do things look like where you're at?
Yeah, man, I always think that's an interesting strategy. The guys who, you got some guys that run all over the lake and burn all the gas, have to refill and keep going, and then you got some guys that said they're not going to spend any gas money at all. They said they're going to spend less than a gallon of gas today, so always interesting strategy. But we're on the same boat number 2, and we've got these little earpieces in our ears. For the viewers watching at home, we've got an earpiece, and so we can talk to the studio and say, hey, I need on the TV real quick. But here's what's going on. These guys just pulled into a pocket, and I don't know if we can pan to the right to this boat dock, but there's some brush piles under this one. And if I was a betting man, I don't know if there's any wagers on ABT or not, but I would bet that there has been at least a bass caught out from under this dock, and I'm hoping that they're going to catch one right here. And the next one. The next one's got pallets on it. That's a double whammy. The next one is a double whammy. We've also got a combination. I bet the whole lake is probably like this. It looks like a lot of the docks are, but you've got a lot of docks that have a combination of fixed structure and floating docks, kind of built onto the same dock. And a lot of times, like back home on Smith Lake, sometimes they'll be on these docks that are fixed like this one. Sometimes they'll all be on floating docks, but when you can get one that's got both, for whatever reason, that really that's a big deal a lot of times when they're on dock. So I'm hoping they catch a big one right here. Y'all hang tight, because this looks like any cast right here is going to be a good one. If he catches one of these next 2 docks, y'all got to share this video. If you're watching on Facebook, honestly, even if he doesn't catch one, y'all need to share it too. But specifically if he shares it, we've got to get, or if he catches one here, we've got to get a share. One thing we talk about a bunch on the ABT at all these team events, and it's one of my favorite things to pay attention to, but what you can tell the guys, I talk about this all the time, but you can tell the guys that are, I'm going to say, seasoned tournament team anglers, because they're always, it seems like they're always throwing something different. They're always both guys are typically not throwing the same exact thing. The guy in the front's throwing a swim bait, buzz bait, a little bit of a swim jig, and every time, whatever it is, the partner in the back is always throwing something different. I guess it's just giving a different look. And even when people are so dialed on a specific pattern, you still see a change of baits happening all the time, where the guy's not throwing the exact same thing as his partner. And it's always very interesting to see. It's a pretty common pattern amongst guys that I'm not going to say. Guys that typically catch them, that happens a bunch. Every time we've got on a team that's catching fish, they're never throwing the exact same thing. Even when they're catching fish, even when like the bite's really good and they've got things dialed in, they've always got to change up. Look at this next dock. They've got brush from everywhere, pallets, fixed dock and floating dock, and a buoy with a rope. If you make a bad cast, you will get hung up on that and ruin the whole entire thing. So you got to make a good cast. You got to run in the back. This is what you're dreaming about. This is one of those docks that all last night they were thinking about getting to this dock right here. And then back there in the back is what you would consider to be the holy grail of a pocket when you've got a big rain and a run-in like that. For whatever reason, that's just something you always think about, is getting to the back in that run-in. And sometimes they'll pile up. Sometimes it's not as like guaranteed, but I've seen many, many times where you get a run-in like that in the back of a creek in the spring when it rains like this. There's a different color water. You can see all the bubbles on top of the water. Something about that just gets everything fired up. And there's been many, many times where you catch 2 or 3 fish out of one run-in, just like what's about to happen. So hopefully, look, I got high hopes right here. Yep, Robbie, you got somebody with 3 fish. I'm watching some guys that are fishing the fishiest looking stuff, but your guys have already caught them. So what do they got going on?
Well, you can't see it, but I know you can hear it. I don't have guys. I've got a guy. Big B, Brian Stifler, not here, so Ben Black having to do double duty. And, dude, you already got 3 fish. I mean, this is showing Brian what the possibilities would be, then.
Brian knows exactly what the possibilities would be.
Yeah.
He knows this is 5 for about 8 pounds.
Yeah, he's thinking 5 for 8, and he might catch all 5 while we're on here. He caught 2 or 3 just as we were talking to that last pair. This is not known for a big fish spot, but you can get a limit pretty quick, can't you?
Let's go. We want to go to the Lake in October, so we're trying to get 5, and then we can go do something different.
But you see the calm as I'm talking here, and I know Darren, you can't see it. As he's talking, he actually had a fish on with what was the bait of choice this time?
That was just a shaky head.
So a shaky head fish. He's looking to work through some baits with a 12-inch minimum. You don't have to have a big one to have a keeper. What did she measure?
13 and a half.
13 and a half. It's a whopper. But again, another pounder, pound and a quarter. What do you think? Give me your best guess before. Oh, you already saw it. You're too close. Pound and a quarter?
The other ones are 156, a 116, a 112. So this one's going to be right in there.
Yeah, he's around that pound and a half, pound and a quarter. There's one boat coming out of the pocket that's in front of us. There's another team in there. But this area is in that pocket that we take off from here, Wind Creek, and it holds a lot of fish. What do you see? What's happening under the water here? I've been here many times.
A little hard spot, and I would think all these spots are starting to spawn on the hard spots.
And it comes out here quite a ways offshore. Like typically people think you got to be upshore to be around that spot. But there's not. There's a little nook here.
More just on the side of a little point, there's a little bit of a rock spot, and that seems to be where most of them are.
Absolutely.
Occasionally there'll be some up on top, but right now they seem to be sitting off to the side. So I'm sitting on top throwing off to the side.
Did you even practice here, or you knew what you had?
I haven't been here in probably 5 years, and I've been here one time in my life. So I think Brian came on Monday for a couple hours with his son, and gonna go fishing and see what happens. You know?
So Brian's actually at a lacrosse game, I heard, coaching lacrosse with his kid.
Brian coaches everything, in case y'all didn't know that. He's very good at it. He does a good job with the boys, and they'll have fun today.
Yeah, both of my kids play lacrosse. It's a great sport. Jay Money. Now we can have 3 cameras on at the same time. It's nice when we can pull up on somebody. Hopefully your guys have some fish.
Well, let's try to find out. I'm on boat number 156, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. Guys, tell me what kind of fish we got right now.
We Got 3 for 5.
We got 3 for 5. Okay. On our way to a limit. Is this kind of the game plan today? Just kind of bounce around a little bit, or kind of get 5 and go somewhere else?
Around throughout the day.
We gotta get you working your camera presentation. Show it real quick. Work on your camera presentation. I said show it real quick. There you go. Jason, my guy, just got his limit.
A good deal. That's what we're here for, limits.
And going solo.
And big sacks. Yeah, going solo on a limit. That's, you know, stepping up against these guys solo is hard enough. For sure. Our guys are kind of working a little rocky point here. Throwing a spinnerbait and a topwater. Got 3 in the box though. That's a good sign. The guys are catching fish today.
What was their weight? What was their size?
About 5 pounds. They said
167
for 3.
That's good. Ben's last one was a little over a pound and a half, 167. I could tell it was a little bigger than the numbers he was saying. Yeah, this if you want to bring the friends and family out to a lake to catch fish, this is definitely top 3 in Alabama as far as numbers. And every time I would look at the web page, it would say the infertile waters. And I guess because we're talking about there's no big ones, although there's decent size. I'm like, how can it be infertile and have this many fish? That's impossible. What's your guess it's going to take to win?
Man, I have no idea. I don't, like I say, I've been here one time in the last 5 years. So it could take 12 pounds, it could take 20 on this place. You just never know.
Well, that was big.
It happens occasionally. I don't know what they are. I don't think those are bass. What's that?
Yeah, as you see him throw to the right, Brendan, there was a massive splash. I don't know what would be out here that size flopping around, but it was very exciting. See anything on the graph? No.
You on the bottom here and there, they just kind of swim back. I don't see anything where he just blew up.
Yeah, that was surprising because we know that was a big fish. We just don't know what kind.
Yeah, there's no telling.
Well, these fish you've been catching, are you even trying to look at them at all on the graph? You just
Not right now.
Yeah.
I will later.
I was wondering if they were, if you were able to see them, were they hanging tight to the bottom or?
Rough patches and stuff is different on the bottom. That seems to be where most of them get.
Again, Brian Stifler and Ben Black is the team, boat number 163. Big B not in attendance today, so Big Ben's having to do it solo. Got a limit already this morning and been fishing for, what about, let me look at the clock. Been fishing for probably 30 minutes. That's a good thing. 7-pound limit, needs to upgrade that if he's going to do something here. We do pay to the top 40 spots on the Alabama Bass Trail for, once again, for 2024. The difference is if you won Lake Martin last year, you won $10,000. This year, if you win it, it's $15,000 payday for first. $64,000 total. The pocket is just through bend there, I've already seen 2 boats come out of that pocket. Again, it's just a shallow pocket, and you know there's going to be fish in there. They just don't want to spend their time. Got another one on. Day at the park. This park being Wind Creek State Park. Gotta be 12 inches. You're gonna need to get out the balance beam before long. Wind is actually picking up right now. I didn't really think about that or expect that, but it feels like the wind's 5 and 10 miles an hour. This severe weather reminds me of the last ABT event that I was hearing so much about, how cold it was.
Y'all had some cold days.
Well, everybody knows that the ABT stands for already been thunderstorms, or about to be thunderstorms. And we did have that last night, all night. So you say you're going to spend some time here and get that limit. Do you have a magic number you want to do, or time that you're going to stay?
I don't care. I'll be out of here. I don't know. I'll stay here another 15 or 20 minutes and see if I can catch some 2-pounders, and then I'll go do something different.
What do you want to do next? Like what's in your head before you?
Today, I'll go throw a buzzbait part of the day. I'll throw a spook. I'll go fishing docks. I'll go do some looking just out in the middle. So I got all day. I'm gonna have fun and just do whatever I want to do, or whatever I see that looks like something I should go try.
What words of encouragement did Brian give you, since he's not here in person? What did he tell you ahead of time?
Good luck. Catch 7 pounds.
Did it?
We're close. I don't know if we're quite there yet. We're close.
You're probably right on it.
We're right around it.
How'd you do at the first stop for the south?
Didn't go.
You didn't go?
Didn't
Brian
go.
didn't either?
I don't remember. I think I had soccer that weekend.
Did Brian?
I coach my kids' soccer teams, and Brian coaches lacrosse and football. So
Right.
if there's a weekend one of us can go, we'll go, and if not, we don't. And if we both go, that's a rarity these days. But you know.
Did Brian not go to that one? Did he not do it solo?
He did. He went to Jordan. I don't remember what he had.
Yeah. I was like, because that's the deal. If either one of you can compete, but keep yourself in that championship hunt. It might be free entry fees for next year. You never know what it is. You might make it to the Classic the following year.
That's all we plan to do. We just want to get to the Lady Lake.
Yeah, for those of you watching at home, I'm Robbie Floyd. I'm filling in for Luke Duncan. He's got other duties this weekend, so I'm filling in for him. Used to be my role, but no longer. We're on Lake Martin, the second stop of the ABT South. Jason and Darian are cruising around, finding other boats as well. Jason has caught up with someone. Jason, who do you have?
I got John Burt and Charles David, boat number 116, pulling up on the guys, and they were just putting one in the box, so they got 3 now.
Nice.
Guys, what's going on in this area right here?
Right now, we're of course trying to fish a little rock and then turn around and slow roll the baits. Hopefully we'll get a good bite. Catch a bunch of them yesterday and through practice, but no big bite.
Well, you sure have a nice hook set as we're pulling up on you, man. I was like, he's got a definitely hung up, or he's got a big one. So good to see y'all putting fish in the box today.
Yeah.
We're gonna slip back here and watch y'all fish. So, how many years y'all been fishing ABT?
This is our first
That's what
year.
I was thinking. It's first year.
I've been on the waiting list for 2 years.
Oh man, probably feels pretty good to be in it today, and definitely got 3 in the box. So that's good, guys. Where y'all from?
I'm from Montgomery. Charles from Wetumpka.
So is this kind of close to home, or Wetumpka probably more your home waters?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm about 20 minutes away.
Okay. Oh, got another. Look at that, man. Putting them hitting them at the boat. How about that? That's number 4.
Let me turn around and hide that bait.
yeah. on the scale there to kind of keep up with his weight throughout the day. As we're pulling up on them, they did have a nice hook set and grabbed the camera and probably could roll back and catch it for TV, but these guys have really been on the waiting list for 2 years and finally in it. I know it feels good to be fishing this morning and got 3 in the box. Off to a good start for sure. Fishing a rocky point here. Both of them are throwing some soft plastic. They said just kind of take your time. Take their time and just work it to begin with. And they said it may come back and slow roll it a little bit after that. So, gonna mix it up this morning. Oh, we've got a good number of catches. That's good. That's right. We like for folks at home get to see you guys catching them for sure. As you can see back there behind them, they've got a lot of rock, clay bank, got some wood. Our team's kind of talked this morning that being around the rocks and the wood is kind of the key. Teams were talking earlier this week that the fish want to go shallow. We had a new moon last night, so we're probably waiting for the next full moon for them to really go shallow. And we didn't have a ton of lightning when I was driving in last night. A lot of guys were worried that it was going to be lightning and that would push the shallow fish back out. So we may see some guys, I already have seen some guys even up shallow today that may have expected to have to fish deep. That lightning will scare those shallow fish and make them go back out deep, and the live scopers kind of become better at it at that point because those fish are kind of pushed off the bank. But today it looks like some of these guys are just in the morning for sure starting up shallow and kind of just working the bank. Really just kind of sitting here and camping out for a little bit. A lot of guys want to get that limit of spots and then go largemouth fishing after that for some upgrades. Probably going to take a mixed bag today. Usually that's what we see here. It's a real confidence builder when you can get a limit and then you can really go spend your time trying to upgrade that limit, whether it be largemouth or bigger spot. Well, I think Robbie has caught up with another team. Robbie, tell us what you got going on your end of the lake as we slide into the 2 box.
Sure enough, caught up. Caught up with boat 117. T. Elliott, bow washing. All right, let's hear about it. I hear 2 fish for 4 to 4.5, but what about the one that got away?
Well, we don't want to talk about that.
Just for a second,
He was back there in that.
I think it was a 5-pounder.
He's alive now.
they're always 5-pounders.
Yeah.
I mean, it was at least 5. It might have been 6 pounds.
Could have been.
But what happened? Single bait hook too, right?
Yeah, just a jig and setting it up, and it popped now. Not really sure why it popped.
I believe something cut his line. I believe something cut it.
It happens.
I'm gonna go. It was a snapping turtle.
Yeah, might have been. Might have been. Trevor Elliott and that Buck Island mobile.
That's right.
Best cat getting it done. Now, I see you targeting something different. I've seen some gravel. I've seen some, stuff a little bit off the bank here. It looks like you're tighter to the bank, and I'm seeing a lot of wood in your areas. Has that been key?
Just lay downs on shallow, sandy, gravelly bank. We've been trying it with some moving baits, not really getting bit. So
seems like the bulk of the fish are still just now getting here, and I think these trees are just something good for them to pull up on, kind of pre-stage.
Yeah, it gives them something to relate to. How do you think that weather affected these fish? I mean, it makes it dirtier. I think they can feel like they can move around more, but you're not wanting them to move around. You want them to be camped out.
I don't know. I think a lot of what you see as far as the watercolor is just on the surface from runoff from all the rain. I don't think it's down there a foot deep. I think it's still pretty good shape a foot deep.
Okay. How much running y'all planning on doing today?
Well, we got 60 gallons, so we'll see if we burn.
You might use them.
We might burn all of it. We might burn half of it. I don't know.
Darren was talking about that with guys, different strategies. You talk to somebody saying, I got 60 gallons ready to use it, and you talk to one say, I don't know if I'll burn a gallon.
We might burn 60, we might burn 30, yeah, we might burn 10.
Somewhere between 60 and 16, right? Probably.
That's right.
That's right.
60 and 16, we'll never know.
But we're off to a good start. 2 for 4 something, I'll take it.
Yeah, what's your target? I mean, are you looking at winning numbers, period, or are you just saying, I want this number to get a check?
I don't think we're on the winning fish unless we get a real big bite. But anything double digits on this lake would be nice.
Yeah, we're hoping for over 10. We would absolutely love 13, 14, 15 pounds. I've been here last weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and I was here Thursday and Friday, yesterday and this past Thursday, and still haven't ran into one over 3 pounds.
Really?
So
it's catching the numbers, just not the size.
Catching plenty of numbers, 12 inches, 13 inches, 14 inches, they're a dime a dozen, but finding the better quality bite is just, I just haven't run into it in almost 5 days of fishing. It's kind of surprising that eventually you would think you'd run into one that was more than 3 pounds. It just haven't.
Darian, same story. We're hearing that the fish numbers have been there, just not the size. These guys pretty happy with the first 2 fish being in that 2 pound range, and I think you can be happy, Darian. You catch, and we got one, maybe a hook set right there, and we're gonna have a follow up. So we'll see what happens here, Darian. That looked like we had a strike and a miss.
Exciting thing is that there's a lot of fish being caught. There's a lot of fish being caught. You know, like you said, there's a lot of smaller fish, but
hit it pretty
we're on
good.
boat number 173. They got 4. The first thing he says is, we've got 1 that we've got to weigh in, and the other 3 we need to get rid of. He said they've got 4 for around 7.5 pounds, which I've said before. Oftentimes, ABT means they're holding back that weight. That means they may have about 9 pounds. We've seen that happen a bunch, but he said all the fish who came in the same area, and they quickly made a loop, picked up other rods, and back at it again. But one thing I wanted to say to all the Facebook followers and YouTube folks that are watching back at home, there's a lot of fish being caught today. We appreciate you tuning in for the live. And if you don't mind, comment down below. I wanted to show, let me pull the app up again, because this is one of the coolest parts about our job. We've got an app here that has nearly every single boat has a tracker on it, and we can pull up almost everyone's location. And so I don't know if we can zoom in and see this, but there's a bunch of trackers all over the lake. So if you can comment down below, we're going to do our best to go find whoever it is that you comment. We can't guarantee that we're going to get to them, but we'll do our best, and hopefully we can cover them today. So comment down below, whoever you're watching, whoever you'd like us to go find, and we will make sure and do that. I've got an AirPod in my ear. Miss Kay is just reading us all the comments. So she'll say, hey, go find such and such. We pull up the app, and there they are. So that's what we did. That's how we found boat number 173. Miss Kay says go find them, and we found them. So comment that below. We appreciate all of you. Also the comments. I know there's a lot of questions about different baits and different areas of the lake. What's the water temperature? We appreciate all those comments. Miss Kay reads them to us, and if we can answer them, or if we can get the anglers to answer them, we gladly will. So make sure y'all are loading up the comments. We appreciate all of them so far. This pocket that we're in, if you look over here to the left in the back, there's another boat. What a pretty sight that is. I don't know if we can get zoomed in far enough for that. I'll get closer, but we got cypress trees. The water's really low. I've heard Robbie and Jason both talking about fishing wood this morning. I can't see, so I don't know if they're talking about boat docks or laydowns or what, but that cypress little pocket back there is definitely some wood. That boat was way back in it earlier, and we'll make our way over to them. I actually don't know what boat number that is. Water temp. Do you have them pulled up? We'll see if we can get an accurate water temp from the boat that we're in. It is 65.5 where we're at, and we are in Kalijah. Yeah, we're still in Kalijah Creek, near the bridge in Kalijah, 65.5. We're kind of back in a pocket, so I'd be curious to see what Jason and Robbie say it is throughout the rest of the lake, but all right, well, we're gonna stick around. There's several boats in the area. There's a lot of good fish catching going on. We're gonna bounce around. Miss Kay's already seen some of these comments, so I'm gonna go try and find some more folks. But we're gonna head to a break, and hopefully when we get back from the break, we'll have a lot more fish catching action. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll see you right here in just a few minutes.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
It's that time of year. The Landers McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event is on. We're talking $15,000 off select new Silverado 1500s. That's a holiday savings extravaganza. The 2024 Equinox is here. It's easy on the gas, easy on the eyes, and easy on the payments too. As low as $196 a month for a brand new 2024 Equinox. It's the Landers McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event, saving you a whole lot of green. Only at the big store on University Drive in Huntsville.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
I grew up in the South. I love it here. Like I love the homemade taste of Jack's. Right now, get our Bacon Ranch Big Jack. All beef patties, crispy bacon, and yeah, homemade ranch, Southern style. Ain't no other way. We're good, hard-working people serving great food.
Big game today.
Big game today.
Good luck.
Come on in for our Bacon Ranch Big Jack or get our classic with crinkle cut fries starting at $5.49. Stop by and say hey.
Hey.
I'm Donna Davis, and I am all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live here on Lake Martin at Wind Creek State Park. As you see, a video recorded this morning from Blast Off. 225 teams took off from Wind Creek State Park. This lake is 44,000 acres, so there is a lot of fishing going on out there. 225 teams, 450 anglers are out there fighting for over $64,000 and those very valuable points to make it to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship later on at Lay Lake. So we've seen a couple of teams that are close to having their limit. We've seen a couple, 3, 4 fish in the boat. Right now, I would say unofficially, Terry Stevens, Gabe Aldridge, boat 173, is your unofficial leader with about 7.5 pounds. But like Darian said, these guys are estimating that's probably closer to 9. One thing that you will see when we come to weigh in, there will be a ton of fish weighed in. Usually somewhere between 210, 225 teams have limits in the boat. If you are looking for a place to bring your children to get them hooked on bass fishing, Lake Martin is the place to come to. This lake is absolutely just chock full of bass. Those 3 to 4 pounders, a little harder to find here, but as far as being able to catch them and just wearing your thumb out from getting them off the hook, that's what you want to do, and that's what young people want to do. So this is one of the lakes. You're going to see here now, we're going to show a couple of the catches that we saw this morning. You're going to see guys using spinning reels. You're going to see people using bait casters. They're on docks. They're fishing out deep. I think the longer the day goes and the higher the sun might get with us, you might see those guys go out a little bit deeper. But right now, everyone's fishing fairly shallow. As you see right there, spinning reels. You are going to see bait casting. You're going to see guys that are on docks. You're going to see lay down. There's a ton of lay down stuff here. Not a lot of cover outside of docks. So this lake sets up very differently than what you'll see either on the Tennessee River and even other parts of the Coosa River. So we're excited to be here. I want to thank the Tallapoosa County Tourism Board for having us, Miss Sandra Fuller, and all the great people here at Wind Creek for just rolling out the red carpet for us. You just can't find better places to go than in a state park in the state of Alabama. So we're excited to be here. I think this is our 8th visit to Lake Martin, so excited to be here and excited to see some bass weighed in. Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, we'll try to get to them in just a little bit. We do have a tracker on their boat, so hopefully we can get back to them. I know Robbie is on a team right now. We're going to try to get out to them and see who he's covering. Robbie, who are you with?
23K, Douglas Stevens, Jacob Wood. Got 3 fish for about, what, 5.5?
Yes, sir.
Not a bad start for your day. What's your big? What's your best fish size?
Close to 3.
Now we're talking, right? That you want at least 5 3s, and then you're doing something special.
That's the goal.
I did not expect 2 boats to be in this one little pocket. When I saw you in here, and now I see another boat back to your left, and they are another competitor boat. But I also didn't mean to see you. You're looking at the graph quite a bit while you see that wood out there. I've been here many times. People aren't looking at their graph. Are you seeing anything on that that's got your interest?
There's fish on like every one of these little points and all the laydowns, and they're just seems like there was some back there Thursday, and it seems like that muddy water's pushed them out a little bit. And we're kind of picking them off out here where they're staging.
Right. Yeah, because that laydown will be a target, no doubt. I know you're staying that way, but you know, if you could physically see now with that forward-facing soda on, if those fish are pulled off from some of that structure that they hadn't got to, that's a big bonus. What'd the 3-pounder come on?
Shaggy head.
Shaggy head. Nice.
I know that's a very boring answer.
No, I've seen big fish caught on shaggy head. I have no problem with it, and the fish don't have any problem taking it either.
It does not discriminate. Those fish do though. They're very particular about one color.
So you think it's a color deal?
I got my butt whooped all week on one color, and I tried every other color in the book.
And it wouldn't work. Same base, same place, same presentation, just different color.
Like the best I got was he caught 8 to my 2.
Yeah. So it's time to make a change. Michael Jackson's singing that song, I think. Wish Kay was on right now. We could sing it together like a little duet. So the plan for the rest of the day, you've got these and you're kind of camped out still. Are you looking for them to move and maybe go back to different spots and pick apart this area a little better? Because like you just said, you can go behind somebody with something different and maybe catch something they didn't.
Sure. We're definitely going to spend a good amount of time in here.
Okay.
We've got some other fish down the lake, but we're going to see how this pans out first. Give this a little bit. It's off to a good start, so if it keeps up like this, we might just stay here all day.
Right, especially catching that 3-pounder. You know, they're moving in here, all largemouth, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're going for. And to catch that one fish that can make a difference. And as the day progresses and things warm up too, I don't know what does it say the water temp is? I see you have your graph.
63.
63 degrees. Less than a few hundred yards from here, 60 degrees this morning. They should warm up as the day goes on.
Yes, sir.
And some of these fish will be coming to you as well. Jason, so the water has warmed up a little bit already from this morning's start. Have you caught up with another pair? Are you still in the same group?
Yeah, boat 139, CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins. Got 4 fish in the box, just missed one. And they say they got their eyes on one that was here the other night. So hopefully she's still there, kind of words. If you can get what I'm putting down.
I do. I like that.
So kind of in the back of a little pocket here. Got a lot of docks around us. I heard the word fish on. I think Darian's got a fish. Let's go, Darian.
We got a fish, but I'm still a ways out. Miss Kay texted me and said, can you find the Miller kids? I'm not 1,000% sure this is them, but the tracker says it is. I've seen the tracker to be wrong a couple times, but if this is the Millers, they just caught a good one. I'm still 40 yards out, maybe 50 yards out, and these boys are smoking, but they are live scoping. They're live scoping very close to the bank, and I'm gonna stick back a minute because they are definitely all over the place as far as just the direction that they're throwing and what they're doing, but that looks like a big one, right? Oh, he just had another bite right there. For the people at home, notice how, well, as soon as I say this, they're going to change. Okay. So when they're live scoping, you can see they're both looking at the graph, and neither one of them were making casts. So for 20 yards, they weren't casting at all. They were just looking at the screen, both holding their baits. And what they're doing now is they're doing a kind of a two-pronged approach, which is really neat, pretty difficult to do. So they're fishing the bank, but also staring at the screen. So they're both throwing a pretty big spinnerbait. This water is really muddy. They're both throwing a spinnerbait up on the bank. And that's one thing we noticed. If you can pan back to the left, you see that rocky bank is a little bit different than anything we've seen so far. You got that big chunk rock, or the big boulder rock on the point, and then it looks like a riprap bank all the way to the back. They were burning that bank, and then all of a sudden saw one fish on live scope, picked up a spinning rod, and caught it. And so I'm going to be interested to talk to these guys to see if that's strategy or if that was luck. But I would bet you it's strategy. They're super dialed, staring at the screen. And what they're doing, they're I don't know if they're largemouth fishing or not. I would imagine they are, but throwing up on the bank, a lot of times you don't have to be watching what you're doing. If you're throwing a spinnerbait, most of the time that bite, you're not really watching anything happen. You feel it in your rod. And so they're able to keep their eyes on the graph while still making casts. And it's difficult to do. You gotta be thinking about two things at once. But if you can master that, these guys, I don't know what trolling motor they've got. It's the fastest one I've ever seen in my life. Their boat's almost on pad. They almost need to put their life jackets on to go that fast on that trolling motor. I mean, I've got this, which I don't have ours on high, but Sheesh. They got to have fast reels too. You got to have fast reel to keep up with that trolling motor. These people may not even be fishing our tournament. I have no clue. They're going so fast. I thought I saw a pink ribbon, but that could have been fire and smoke coming off that trolling motor. Oh, bending over, picking up the spinning rod. Here we go. This is live scope action. He just came off the end of this point. Little bitty minnow. I don't know what he's throwing, but it is tiny. Barely made a little cast out in front of the boat. Let's see if he can make it happen. Angler in the back is making long casts up on the point. Guy in the front is doing the live scooping. And Miss K in my ear says, yes, this is the Millers. I'm just trying to keep up with the Millers. Fish no bite, pick up spinnerbait, back down the bank. I wish we could get in this boat. I want to have an in-person interview.
That's what we're looking for right there. Spotted bass, pretty good sized one there. Makes it number 5 in the box. They're really just trying to talk them up, I think. I mean, the live scope may help them see them, but they're really having great conversations with the fish. So.
When you get excited for 2-pounders.
Y'all are having, I mean, live scope's a pretty cool thing, but y'all got like verbal scope. I mean, y'all are just full on conversations.
Our first stop was pretty good to us. We caught several on it. I caught like a real big one there the other night, but there wasn't no real big ones there this time. We might be in a little while, but.
Sorry, folks at home. Quick wardrobe change. Man, look at that cast. Some good
we
dock
got
skipping
one
right
loaded
there.
up. All it took was just, coming live to ours, and we got a spinnerbait fish there, Jason. I was about to say the techniques are a little different here than I've seen this morning. We've got spinnerbait in front and crankbait in back, and both have caught fish. It's going to be close to a keeper. This is boat number 190. Scott McDonald, Ty McDonald, Old McDonald has a fish. E-I-E-I-O. All right, I bet. We got a squeaker 12-incher, but is that your 5th now, right?
Yes, sir.
So now they have a limit. And what's different, I know we were talking about guys on the bank, offshore, everything else. They're kind of in between, not far off the bank, but they are throwing a crankbait and a spinnerbait. The pair that we were at just a moment ago, Doug Stevens and Jacob Wood, they did catch another fish, so they're moving closer to the weight that they want, and they had that 3-pounder, and they're only about, I'm going to say 50 yards from each other. But we saw that they were doing shaky head. These guys are doing moving bait. So in the same area, both ways are catching fish right now, and I mean, you can throw a football between the boats right now if you got a good arm and all. And we still hadn't found out who it is deeper in the pocket. Looks like a twosome with the ABT tag on their boat. So another competitor boat's about 60 yards in front of us to the right. So a very excited pocket. So these fish, you question whether they're moving shallow. There's no doubt they are. This is as far back in the pocket as you can get. A little surprised with that spinnerbait, but I guess the water clarity is one thing, but I was like, there is no movement. You know, I always think of spinnerbait and need a little wind or a chop, but I don't think they'd be able to see it or feel it. Brandon, my cameraman, he said, oh man, I'd probably throw a rattle trap out over there. I'd catch something. I love these.
Well, I've got the Millers, and I want to do this. I want to knock this out real quick because they've got a cool deal going on. They got a 1-2 punch. We were talking about y'all fishing on the bank. It looks like you're largemouth fishing on the bank, but you've got your eyes on the graph. Can you talk about that just real quickly before y'all make your next run?
Yeah, well, I guess in practice we noticed they're suspended off the bank a little bit, and then we can see them suspended when we're fishing on the bank, just panning, just keeping our eyes open, and just looking for any fish that's not suspendable.
So you're feeling for a bite while you're cranking or throwing a spinner, whatever, feeling for a bite, but you got your eyes on the graph the whole time looking for suspended fish.
And then if we see one suspended, we'll cast the Mickey rig out there, and if they bite, they bite.
There you go. Well, how much is the mud affecting the suspended fish?
So far, it hasn't done anything to them.
Cool.
We got started early on a baby limit with pulled twice so far.
Cool. And y'all got 5 for about 7 now?
Yes, sir. Just keep working.
Good deal. Well, we'll catch back up with you here in a little while. Y'all go do your thing. So when I saw them fishing earlier, and the guy, so they're both throwing kind of a similar setup. They've got the Demiki rig like they were talking about, but I wanted to show kind of 2 things that we've got with Rapala's new Crush City. So what the guy in the back was dragging a jig, kind of swimming a little bit fast. He was throwing a black and blue jig, and this is a cleanup crawl. I don't know if this is the exact trailer he was throwing. Something like this, something that displaces a bunch of water. This new one's got a ton of action, black and blue, perfect for the watercolor if that's what they were throwing. And then this isn't I know this isn't the exact worm, but this is the freeloader by Crush City. It's the most popular Demiki rig style bait right now. And what he was just saying is they're looking off the bank, throwing something exactly like this for the suspended fish. My question for him was, how much does this muddy water affect that bite? Because you just think Demiki rig, live scope and clear water, and so the fish can see it. He said it doesn't affect it at all. And they were actually throwing one a little bit smaller than this too. And it was very interesting to hear that doesn't matter to them. He said the fish are biting it either way. So very interesting. It was cool to see they were throwing something very similar to this, brand new Rapala Crush City Customs, the freeloader and the cleanup crawl. And there you go. That was our Rapala segment. They didn't even sponsor that. They didn't tell me to do it. I just did it. So there you go. We're gonna follow the kids. Those were 2 young guys. They've been catching them. They're on a roll right now. When you have momentum like that in fishing, it's a very big deal. The patterns they're doing, you can repeat at a lot of these lakes in the ABT South. And so these kids are definitely ones we want to watch. And so we're going to do that. I'm following these guys for a little while. It sounds like Robbie and Jason are on someone else, so toss it back over to you guys.
Well, we are still hanging out here with the one and only Mr. CJ Knight. I don't know if you guys remember a few weeks ago when we were on this team, we were way up by the dam. Oh, fish on, fish on, fish on. Looks like a good one. Oh, I lost him. Dang, that hurts. see about 3 of them in there, they said a few seconds ago. Robbie, I was saying a second ago with Mr. CJ that a couple of weeks ago, I don't know if you were watching at home, Robbie. I know you kind of secretly probably watch us and just have a great time missing us. But so, Mr. CJ, we got all the way up to the dam a few weeks ago, and I didn't know who this was. And Kay kind of texted too. It's like, who is this person with all this long hair? Well, CJ Knight had on a Joe Dirt wig, and I just asked him a minute ago. I said, CJ, did you cut your hair? And he said, no, I still got my wig. It only comes out for special occasions. So I don't know if we will be on live when that special occasion comes out. But, oh, shoot, I think it's about to come out. He just put the Joe Dirt wig on. Robbie, at the moment the wig goes on, fish comes in the boat. I mean, that could not have been more perfect.
We need a big one. We need a big one.
They need a big one. Oh my gosh. Folks at home, you probably think this is staged, that, you know, I planned all this, you know, brought a wig to these guys. I promise I didn't do anything here. And I was just talking about it. I didn't even ask him to put it on. He said he wasn't even ready to put it on. So the wig is out, and they need a big one. So
is it the Seth Fighter, like straight back hair model?
It is the Joe Dirt. Yeah, I mean, it's the Joe Dirt, about down to, you know, way down your back
so
kind of hair.
It's got a little curl to it. Got a little curl
no,
to it.
It doesn't really have this. It's straight. It's straight. I mean, he probably had the flat iron out this morning working it.
Yeah, I'm going to call that the Seth Fighter, because I don't know if Joe Dirt can fish, but, you know, we know they can. I'm on Team Fulton, boat number 3, and they've got 4 fish for about 6.5, 7 pounds. Making a change there. Just had a blow up earlier, just missed a fish. It took part of your leg on your...
Yeah, it took half my leg.
What'd you catch the fish on earlier? Again, you can see it's congested. Our cameraman shooting through your boat and seeing another boat through there. What were you catching them on? Creature bait. Okay.
Tree. I think they pulled out because boy, it got muddy back there.
Oh, really? We haven't went all the way deep, but he says it is muddy.
There ain't nobody else back there.
You expected it, but. I just love hearing that clickety-clack of the buzz bait. And there have been a couple busting the top here just randomly without not necessarily the bait around, so might not be a bad idea. That was planned. That was planned right there.
Always.
Was that the dinner bell that just rang, Jason?
Yeah, you know, you call it the Jacob Wheeler bell or whatever you want. I mean, he's casting to the dock, and there's a little metal pole, but it may be the dinner bell. There's no short of entertainment at this stop here, I'll tell you that.
I think we see Stevens and Wood up there kind of stuck on the bank just a tad bit, having to use their net as a push pole. Actually, they're trying to get over that log. I didn't think that log went all the way across.
It's amazing what we do to these $100,000 boats, ain't it?
Hey, Got to go where the fish are. You don't want to have a trailer queen and not catch any bass.
That seems to be the story of our life.
Keep catching them. They're trying to get in that little part that they just can't quite reach. You see the fulge of taking full advantage of them directionally challenged up there. Stuck on a, can you see that, Brenda? The stuck on the log, and the bank comes all the way out too. So they're about as skinny water as they can get, and they're trying not to get too crazy.
It'd be worth it if there's one on
And yeah, if they can get back into that pocket and make that cast, if they're pushed all the way back in there in that grass, this is a little drain that comes into this pocket. They can go back there into the juice, or what they hope is the juice. Probably haven't tried it this week, especially if the waters came up a foot or so, Casey. Did you pre-fish?
I did.
Does it look like the water's come up to you, or?
It come up since the 6th. It's come up 19 inches.
19 inches, so more than a foot since the 6th.
Now, it come up last night, probably about 10 inches. It's a little light. That tree was way out of the water yesterday.
Just show their struggles. I just want people to see it's not always about fishing. It's sometimes half the struggle's getting to where you hope that there's fish, and they are high centered on a log right now.
And hope they don't drop the water.
Yeah, and if the water does get pulled, I don't see that happening, but if they do pull water, they are going to be hurting for certain. Doug Stevens, Jacob on some wood right now. I'm glad we've got this documented.
What's that?
I said, I'm glad we've got this documented.
Make good TV, right?
Yeah, right. Hey, if I could just get back there. They're so close. And yeah, those popping sounds, that's the sound of that timber digging into the side of the fiberglass. I thought you were home free already. Ain't definitely not home free. Darian's over trying to see if there's more Miller time, so they can grab a nice cold bush maybe one of these days. How are they looking, Darian?
Robbie, these boys, I believe they've got several years before they can get a Miller time, but they're good, man. They're super dialed. We just talked with them earlier and did that little interview, but they have actually bounced around twice since then. They pulled up on the first spot. I don't know exactly what they did. Did they drop the trolling motor, panned around, didn't see what they wanted to see, and then pulled the trolling motor up instantly? They never even made a cast, we don't believe. And now you can see again, they've got their trolling motor on high and looking for fish. They're now it looks like they're both throwing a spinner bait. The kid in the back, I don't know their names yet, but the kid in the back is throwing a jig. But the kid in the front sees a fish on live scope and picks up a new rod, drops a Tamiki rig down on him, doesn't get him a bite, makes another cast, no bite, and then it's look at him, here he goes again. He just saw one, slows the boat down, casts out a little bitty minnow, little bitty one, lets it fall down to the fish, and then you can see how he's just barely popping that rod tip up, keeping the bait above the fish. There you go. Oh, he got bit. He's gonna wind it back in, probably make one more cast at him, I would imagine. He got bit on that cast, so I would not be surprised if he catches it right here. Also notice while he's doing that, the guy in the back is still flipping that same dock. So he's still fishing shallow, fishing kind of their main pattern, while the guy in the front's doing the Demiki rigging. And it's kind of difficult when you're fishing a team tournament if you're doing the Demiki thing, because it is really just a, oh, he's got one. Fish on in the front. Pulling some drag too. Oh, doubled up. Oh. There you go. Oh, it's a stripe. Well. Hey, it made good TV though. We're still going to show the hook set in the fight. No one will even know. Miss K, last time at the last event, Jason, I was just about to say, at the last event, I asked Miss K if she'd start the Alabama Drum Trail. She said in our ears, she said absolutely not. I'm wondering if she'll start the Alabama Stripe Trail next year.
Hey, you know, that might be some good eating. You know, if we get us on a run of striper, we probably could have us another fish fry. So these guys here are just kind of running through their fish, putting a tag on each one, getting a good weight, so they'll know when it comes time to culling which one's the smallest. So if you've been watching for the last few minutes here, that's what's going on. He puts each one on the scale. He has a little device over there where he can record each one of them's weight, and then he marks a marker for each one of them. So they have a cull tag on each one. So they'll eventually come to start catching them and culling them out. Go ahead, Darren.
Jason, while you were saying that, my guys, the Millers, I've got to learn their names. That's going to be my objective for this afternoon. One's got long hair and one's got short hair, so they're going to be very easy to remember, but they are live scope snipers. They just, while you were talking, he caught a little crappie. He panned over the guy in the back, picked up a spinning rod, snagged him a little crappie.
I ain't quite figured out the scope of it yet.
Well, I got Joe Dirt live scoping over here, so.
Again, 8. We got more than 8. Hey, we got the points we want.
8 pounds.
That's all we want.
What he said. Darren, check out your text message there. I got you a good picture of him, so if you're wondering what Joe Dirt on the live scope ABT looks like. And there's a fresh look right there. Takes a lot to pull that one off.
Is that real?
It's as real as it gets.
That's impressive.
It looks
Folks
like
at home, you should be honored to see him win that. Yeah.
He's not only going to put the Phoenix bird in the wind, he's going to put some of this fresh mullet in the wind too. So the guys are about to make a move.
Well, Jason, while y'all are making a little run home, I wanted to make y'all are making a run now, I would imagine. For the people at home watching on Facebook, we're having a ton of fish catching going on. There's a lot of different patterns. We got shallow fish, we've got wood fish, we've got live scoping going on. And Ms. Kay saying there's a bunch of people on live, so we definitely appreciate that. And I'm curious, one of the coolest things about the Alabama Bass Trail is a diversity of the states that all of our anglers fish from. I was surprised, and I always forget the number. For some reason, I think it's 11 states this year, but Ms. Kay is probably going to tell me in my ear what the exact number is, I'd imagine. But there's a lot of states. Comment below where you're watching this video from. I know last event there's several guys from Florida, and it's just cool to see all the people traveling from all over. That's one thing that we're gonna. She's probably gonna send an update here in just a few seconds. But we appreciate all of you joining on live. If you could comment below where you're from, I always think that's cool to hear. And we're gonna keep watching these snipers. Both of them did. I'm gonna keep calling them kids. I don't know if that's professional to do or not, but they're very young. I don't know their age, but you can tell they've spent a lot of time live scoping. They've spent a lot of time learning how to present their baits, real specific technique, how you work the bait is all of that's very important. And different times of year, you can throw different baits and kind of get different reactions. But they've certainly got this little bait, little Demiki setup dialed. $18 years old and 16 years old. North Carolina, New Jersey, Georgia in the house watching on Facebook Live. I'd imagine some local Alabama folks are here watching. I'll say one thing about these two kids is this strategy that they're doing takes a lot of focus, because for the people watching at home, every time you move the trolling motor, I'll show this real quick. When you're live scoping, your live scope transducer, it's basically pointed the same direction as the head of the trolling motor for most people's setup. So every time you move the trolling motor, that live scope is just panning all the time. So it's always showing a different thing on the screen. And it looks crazy when you're moving the trolling motor. Well, to fish the bank how they are, you're constantly moving in and out, following the contours of the bank, going around docks, going around boats. And so they're constantly doing this, making casts, making sure they don't hang up on the bank or hit a boat dock or hit a cable, all while still looking for fish on their Garmin live scope units. And man, to do that and stay consistent and stay focused is very difficult. But you can just tell they've spent a lot of time practicing that way, and mad props to these kids for doing it, because you hear a lot of times, a lot of people talking about live scope is, man, I haven't mastered that yet. I haven't figured it quite out yet. And to be able to do both at the exact same time is very difficult to do. And that's why I would imagine why these kids are very versatile. They did really good at Jordan, and I mean, they've already got a good limit today, so. What's our depth here? We've been turning off our transducers while we come into this pond. How many? 11 feet. So I would call this a pretty shallow pocket. I mean, we're 80 yards or more from the back, and it's 11 feet here, and I would imagine it tapers off pretty quickly. So fairly shallow pocket, and this. And they're live scoping, so it's also showing that it doesn't require that real deep water that you think of about live scoping. You just think of deep water, you think of deep clear, and they're not looking for either one of those. Robbie, I'm gonna let the millers keep doing their thing and look for some bigger fish. They're on the hunt. They got the trolling motor on high again, and sounds like you have pulled up to a new boat.
Yeah, it's new to me, and I saw as I was pulling up, I said, "Hey, I bring good fortune, right? I bring good fortune. You caught a fish, not necessarily a monster, but it's one getting you close to your limit. How many do you have now?
Four.
4 fish for how much weight, you think?
Not much. About probably 4 pounds.
150.
5 pounds.
Yeah,
Like that.
it had 152 today is your boat number?
Yes.
It's kind of middle of the road. Sammy Reynolds and James Ward. So 4 fish, fair weight. I saw you put the lean in on one just a minute ago. You getting a bunch of bites today?
Right here we on some little structure here, and there's a group of them here on the sides. Just keepers. We're trying to get keepers, and we're heading down to another place, try to get bigger fish.
And this is not a case of forward-facing sonar and looking at these fish. You know what's there, and now you just got to catch them.
Right. We do use forward facing down there to find the balls of fish and the fish on.
Right. What baits are we talking about? What are we working with?
Oh, I'm working with a creature bait. He's got a swim bait there.
Swim bait on.
Which has caught more fish?
Creature bait. Swim bait's caught 2. Creature bait's caught the bigger one. Slowed it down.
Yeah. So you have you got a 3-pounder in the mix or no?
No.
Well, I didn't know if you had 1 3 and a couple of ones.
That would be nice.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean those are the right size. I haven't seen one, but I've heard of one.
Oh, is it? Hopefully we're going down there and get one. I left one in his house yesterday.
Did you?
A good one, yeah. I hope
One you spotted? Did you have barb not showing or what?
On some structure. I knew it was a big one. I didn't catch it. Just pulled down on it real hard. I knew it was heavy fish, so we're gonna try to get to him in a little bit.
Is this visible structure? Like somebody else might see it today?
It's actually brush.
Okay.
Actually brush that we were. What made you come back and visit us? Glad to see
Hey,
you.
Luke can't make them all, so I said I'd do it one more time. I'll give it a shot. I mean, this will be my 11th year. I
You
said at least.
just miss us, that's all.
Yeah,
that
if I can just hit one a year, however long. Kay might not be able to show up, and I'll get to sit in that nice, relaxing cabin she's got there. You never know. That's what I pull for.
Oh, KB taking care of you then. Oh, good deal.
Well, no, I'm saying I wish that was the case, but no, I'm Luke, and Luke's out here in the elements like I am today. How nice is it, though, that it's not raining?
Exactly.
Lord have mercy, you just don't know how nice that is. I just knew we was going to be in a flood this morning. I feel that structure come across. That's why that bit last time. I feel that structure.
Got any weight to that? What is your creature bait? Not a lizard or anything. It's just like a
brush hog.
Yeah, brush. A typical type thing. You got much weight on it at all? Or are you doing it free?
No, I think I got I think it's 316.
Okay. Give it as much action as you can. Ain't got to worry about hopping it. But once he feels that structure down there, spend some time, let him feel that moving around there, and it's whack-a-mole. How many days did y'all practice?
2.
That's all right. That's all you need, right?
Well, he did. I just come down yesterday afternoon and we stayed a little while before it started raining. But we done been to the lake before, so we was familiar with the lake. Figure, hey, where everything's going on. I think Thursday was sunny. You'd have caught them then probably, but then it was going to put them different after it clouded the next day and after that rain. It was going to change them up. So I say, hey, just might as well just stay here, go on and fish. Wait till the next day. We know how to get around the lake. We know what we're going to do, and just go do it. I'm going to get it right here beside. I'm going to get out of it. Don't let me get on the line.
I'll push back.
I'm going to come back to that structure again. Seen it yesterday. I've seen it though before where you catch a couple of smalls like that and you keep coming through there and a big one will pick it up. That's what I'm hoping. I'm surprised that little swim bait, they ain't eating it alive.
They're eating it early.
So other than that one bush, what's the juice down there that you're wanting to go to later, or just the fact that you know that there's a big one down there?
It's burst piles sitting out. It's about deep water, believe me. I think these federal fish are sitting where you got access to that deep water. They ain't moved all the way up yet, like everybody's hoping.
Right.
At least I hadn't found them up.
So what depth are you thinking about right now? Where are you
right
thinking?
Right now, where I'm gonna be at down there, I think I'm sitting in about 12, 15 feet, but the fish is sitting up probably around about 5 to 8 where he's at.
5 to 8.
5 to 8, but we're sitting a little bit deeper.
Right.
All right, this is gonna be a fish.
Jason, yeah, I hope you're hearing this part of our educational series here on the Alabama Bass Trail on how to catch fish on Lake Martin. What are you guys doing?
Well, I got fish catching on Lake Martin, so I got boat number 17. Folks at home have been asking for us to get on Tyler Malone and Cade Law. We did finally catch up with them. They were bouncing around a lot, so we've done our best to be able to catch up with them. And they pull into a pocket here, and they got a little scared because they thought we were coming to get their spot. So they jumped the trolling motor on high and shot them back in here to the back. But once I dropped the trolling motor, he was like, oh man, I feel so much better now. So they've got a couple fish located in here, and actually we didn't have a good enough signal. They doubled up on the dock that you're looking at. They're doubled up on the dock you're looking at right there. So they did put another one in the boat. So when I first so they were sitting, you know, close to 10 maybe pounds, but now I would say they're probably more pushing a little over 11 with that last fish catching. Only you can see right now throwing a wake just with the trolling motor.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Hear that sizzling? That's bologna whispering. I'm back. The Big Bologna Breakfast Sandwich is back at Jack's. 2 thick-cut slices of fried bologna, eggs, and cheese on a Texas toast for $3.99. Jack's, all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division Lake Martin here at Wind Creek State Park. As you can see there on your screen, these guys are looking for largemouth and spotted bass 12 inches or longer, and you certainly know they are looking for those longer bass. Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail here at Wind Creek State Park. I apologize to those who are looking for Tyler Malone and Cade Law. They are in an area of the lake that has very limited cell signal. We are getting quite a bit of footage of them for the TV show, but unfortunately the cell service there is quite just a little too I guess lax for us to be able to show you on live. They're reporting they have 5 fish for a little over 11 pounds. They would be our unofficial leaders. The next team, I guess, that would probably rival them is going to be CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins. We saw those guys measuring their fish, weighing their fish, putting the cull tags on. They are now culling. So to be culling at 8:13, I think is when we last got an update from them. That's a pretty good morning. So we have several fish that as you can see that we have seen. There's Anthony and CJ there making one of their catches as the Joe Dirtwig goes on. Again, there's all kind of antics out here on the Alabama Bass Trail. You heard Jason talking to him and say they were actually talking their fish up, and I've heard that several times. Daniel Carlisle, Jared Hubbard, they had 3 fish for 5 pounds. Terry Stevens, Gabe Aldridge, when we saw them the last, they had 4 fish for just over 7.5 pounds. Douglas Stevens, Jacob Wood, they had 4 fish in the boat. Caleb and Connor Miller, they had 5 fish for just over 7 pounds. So we're seeing a lot of fish catches. Who is going to find that 4 to 5 pound kicker fish? That's going to be key. I know Jason is running to an area to hopefully catch up with our current Anglers of the Year, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. Robbie is trying to find the elusive team of Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst. And Darian is currently on a team. He's trying to get to them. I see he's got several boats in the area that he is in right now, so we're going to hurry up and get back out there to them. Seeing a lot of questions on Facebook and on YouTube. I'm going to try to go ahead and answer some of those. A lot of people are talking about, the payouts that we have. Entry fees are $1,600 on the Alabama Bass Trail. We do pay out over $64,000. We pay about 113% back to our anglers at the end of the year. There is a no entry fee $100,000 championship. We qualify about 175 teams to go to that. $50,000 first place, and we pay down 20 places at that event. So it is a no entry fee championship, giving away over $100,000. We did just release the 2025 Alabama Bass Trail 100 dates as of yesterday. January the 18th, we will be at Lake Gunnersville up in Scottsboro, Alabama. And then in June, I believe it is June the 1st, we will be at Lake Eufaula. And then, no, June 7th, we'll be at Lake Eufaula down in Eufaula, Alabama. And then on November the 1st, the first time ever, the Alabama Bass Trail will go to Wilson Lake in Florence, Alabama. So we are excited about that. 100 boats, $100,000 paid out at each event, and over 100% payback to the anglers. You can find out all of the information by going to alabamabasstrail100.org and click on the news link, and you can read the entire press release there. So registration for new teams on that is June the 11th at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. So you can get in on that action in 2025. That was our first tournament of the year at Logan Martin, 14 degrees when we blasted off. It was rather cold, but they caught them, so that was fun. So you can get in on the action on the 100s. A lot of questions asking about the Alabama Bass Trail tournament series, and we will showcase the new schedule, the 2025 schedule, on May the 3rd. So we'll announce that. We'll announce all the destinations we'll be going to, announce the championship location. Entry fees for that is $1,600 a year. That is per team, not per person. So $1,600. First place, $15,000, paying out over $64,000. So we'll announce that on May 3rd. And then registration for new teams opens on August the 15th. At 5:30 a.m. and traditionally we sell out in under 30 minutes. So looking forward to bringing the 2025 schedule to you here in just a few weeks. A lot of planning has to go on for that. So all of our registration is done online. We do not take anything paper checks. Everything's done online with credit cards. But you can find out all that information by going to our website, alabamabasstrail.org, and clicking on any of the news tabs once we publish the schedule. So you can do all of that there. We also publish a lot of stuff on Facebook, so make sure that you're tuned in there and you like us on on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series and Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series. All of the registration information, all the information that you're going to need to register can be found there. So please make sure that you are tuned in on all of those social media channels and both of the websites. We started off the morning following Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. We have not heard from them since we covered them around 6:30 this morning. We'll try to get back in touch with them to see if they have anything to self-report. Again, I know that Robbie is trying to get to Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst. Jason is headed to our current Anglers of the Year. That team, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, have never fished below 9th place at this pond right here. Not the pond that they necessarily fish the most, but they do. They actually live on Jordan. Probably fish here more than they do at Jordan, but they're quite hammers on this lake. Seems like any lake that has the word Martin in it, these guys can catch them. So we're going to catch up with Rob Lee, Steve Winslet here in just a little bit, as well as Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst. We'll see how they're doing, and then we'll see who Darian has found out here on the water. We are tracking about 30 boats out on the water. No, August the 15th is when new team registration can start on the Alabama Bass Trail regular tournament series, the North and the South. So August 15th. It does typically sell out in under 30 minutes. So you'll want to make sure that you're watching all of our videos leading up to it, reading all of our social media posts to let you know what you'll need: name, address, cell phone numbers, email addresses, and things like that we'll need. So please make sure that you're reading all of those posts and that you're ready on August the 15th. John and Daniel are currently, I hear them behind me, they are setting up the stage with our team, the Alabama Bass Trail team. We have our new fish care tanks, courtesy of the Alabama RC&D, Sweet Home Alabama, Phoenix Boats, North Alabama Tourism. Looking forward to showcasing those today and letting you see the new fish care tanks that we're so excited about. Really, really glad to have that. Conservation is one of the founding principles on the Alabama Bass Trail. We want to make sure that these fish go back into these reservoirs for generations to come. So that is one of the biggest things for us. Answering questions here on YouTube, how many boats are in this tournament? Our regular Alabama Bass Trail is 225 boats, 450 anglers. That is the maximum that we'll take in our tournaments. We currently have a waiting list of over 70 in each division. That being said, waiting list people do not get priority registration, so they will have to sign on the 15th and try to get back in. You may have heard a team this morning said they've been on the waiting list for 2 years. We're finally able to get into the tournament series this year. So, but we do take people off of the waiting list if we have people cancel, but otherwise they do not get priority registration for the following year. So just trying to go through some of the questions. Let me skip over here to Facebook to see if there's anything that has been asked. Thank you from Asheville, North Carolina, checking in. Trying to make it down to the weigh-in today. It does start at 2:30 here at Wind Creek State Park. They do have bleacher seating for us available. I would recommend you not bring your newest tennis shoes with you. It is quite muddy. We had a lot of rain overnight, so make sure that you wear your rain boots and all of that. So if you have any other questions, feel free to post those in the comments section. We'll try to answer those as we can. Let's go ahead and see if we can get back out on the water. I know Robbie is pulling up to a team, and he is telling me in my ear that it is Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst. These guys are very, very good here on Lake Martin in the early part of the year. So we're going to go ahead and get out on the water and get to Robbie and let him tell you who he's with and what they have in the boat. Robbie?
Sorry about that little break as we were trying to run around and chase down some of these 30 boats that we do know where they're at, but when they're moving and hopping around, looks like Tim Hurst throwing some type of big bait up there towards the front, and Mark with a little less presentation, but Tim Hurst, Mark McKeag, former champions on the Alabama Bass Trail, Angler of the Year champions, event winners. Don't know what boat number they are. I ain't got time to look at that. I just wanted to come up here and talk to them now. One thing is, he was making sure that boat number 8, as we came in here, we were not on plane. He was wanting to make sure it did not disturb it. And one thing about Lake Martin is you'll see a lot of docks. There is a ton of docks. They're not fishing those docks. They're fishing off of those docks. So this will be what I expected to see this week, and it's the first time I've got to see. this week. So I'll pull up behind them. Dirty water. You're seeing a little chocolate milk action in here. Another one of our competitor teams in a purple Phoenix is over there to the left of them, about 75 yards away. All right, Marcus Aurelius, it looks like you're going for some of the deeper water off those docks. That's the case?
Well, there's a little bit of brush out here, and the reason I wanted you to slow down, they came up like they were fishing stool maybe right here, and I didn't want a bunch of boat waves to get in there.
Absolutely. What's your count today? You got live well?
We got 5.
5 fish for how much?
7 or 8 pounds.
Okay, it's a good start. Yeah. What's your big?
2 pounders.
Okay, so you don't have a 3 or 2.
No, none of them are big yet.
How's the attitude, Tim? You feeling good about your start so far?
Oh, yes, nice, warm. Rain's gone, no thunder, no lightning.
What'd y'all do to catch the fish earlier?
Just fishing shallow. We caught a couple on chatterbait. We caught one on jig earlier. I think most of them come on chatterbait.
Chatterbaits and jigs.
But nothing big yet.
In this pocket, Mark said he felt like that you might see some schooling activity in there. So that's why he didn't want us coming in here on plane and disturb, that activity. Sometimes though, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because I've been there where there's been bait balls and anglers don't mind if you come through them and disturb them, and it kind of fires up the fish. But again, that works sometimes, but not every time. That's usually the bait ball it disturbs. How many spots do you figure you've hit already?
I don't know,
but yeah, it's like we've been chasing you a few spots already. So. I thought we were chasing a ghost for a while. I'll say.
We were hard to find sometimes. Most times, actually.
I'm gonna switch over here. Looks like we're going to a change in presentation. I'm gonna back this trolling motor down a little bit. Again, another team. It looks like they may be putting a fish in the boat, and they are. The team I said is about 75 yards away from us. Looks like they're either measuring or culling right now. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to be here. Well, I guess it's fishy. That team is looking like they're culling, and I know it was important for you to maybe get into this pocket a little earlier. I know you miss me, Mark. I mean, not just a golf sense, just my smiling face. These guys have been fishing with each other for years in the Alabama Bass Trail, and honestly, they don't have to say a word. They do it. When you work as a team, and as many times as they have, they know that they're going to certain areas. They know what they're going to be doing. They don't say, hey, I'm going to switch to this bait. They just switch to this bait. Somebody catches one, the other one follows it up, and never miss a beat. And that's why they've been so successful as a team. What was your finish at, Jordan?
21st, I think.
So, good start. Trying to stay in their little tail race here, because they're going direction. I'm sure they're going to fish on both sides and all the way back into this pocket. They'll probably pick up and go back into another. Have y'all spent any time at the docks themselves to see if anything's got there?
Yeah, we caught some off docks. We caught 2 just right before you got here off the dock.
Okay.
Ain't much water on those right down through there.
Right.
Look out,
Mark was also saying, as I'm going to stay this right, because we know they hit that bank and they may go back again. And again, if these fish are moving up and there's some kind of brush pile or whatever, a little shy of where they're sitting right now, that's probably the first to kind of hit the shallower stuff. I'm trying to get some of these fish that have moved up and getting back to spawn or whatever. You can see the rocky bank, hard bottom. A lot of opportunity for these fish, but think about the brush pile that are sitting out here in the deeper water. So until it's time to go up there shallow, they're sitting out here. When it gets closer to that sexy time, they'll move closer to the bank. So here you're hitting both. They're just middle first, outside second, or along that edge. Make beautiful television if the Muy Grande just goes up there and slaps that bad boy. Not much better than a buzzbait bite and a frog bite. And we're working through tough times trying to give you all the coverage we can. Sometimes our cell service might dip in and out, but Darian, I think, is locked in with somebody. Let's find out who he's with.
Well, I have got a purple and black bass cat. I believe it's boat number 38, but I haven't been able to ask them yet, so I'm sliding in a little bit closer to these guys. This lake is, when you're looking for specific boat numbers, this lake has so many pockets in it that it's sometimes pretty difficult to find, and we have popped over to these guys, so let's see what we got now. What's y'all's boat number?
38.
That's what I thought. We've been hunting you down. Have y'all got any fish?
I got
2 fish. Any big ones?
No, they're
Both small. We haven't got to talk to anybody about practice today. How was y'all's practice?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah? The water up a bunch from earlier this week?
Not really. It's just a little dirtier.
Yeah. Y'all doing any live scoping, or are you just old school fishing all day?
No, he's old school fishing.
I heard that. How?
Some scoping and practice and stuff, but there's ain't many big ones out there. So.
Yeah.
Godwin boys over there, they probably got. We're gonna figure them out a little bit.
That's right. I wanted to show this jerkbait while we've got kind of back in an area. There's a lot of rock banks, steep drop-offs. We've seen several people throw in a bunch of different things, but a jerkbait has been a couple things we've seen today. Here's a brand new one from Rapala. This is the Maverick 110 in Ozark Delight. It's perfect color, kind of random that I was given this color this morning, but I wanted to show it for the people at home. When the water, what he just said is, the water was real clear earlier in the week in practice, and then all of this rain came, muddied the water up just a little bit. It's not, this where we're at, it's not muddy, but it's got a little stain. So probably earlier in the week they were throwing more of a natural color, shad imitating baits that look real natural. When the water muddies up a little bit though, it's important to go to something like this that's got a little bit of color, that purple on top, chartreuse sides, white kind of pearl on the sides, and then orange on the very back end. That's going to give off a bunch of flash when it's moving through the water. It's a bunch of color, and when you're catching fish on a jerkbait, very important this time of year to have one tied on. Make sure you've got the color. This one's brand new from Rapala, and I just want to make sure and show that one off. Looks good. I honestly have thought about the boat that I'm in. There's a couple rods in the rod box. I have thought about throughout the day tying this sucker on. Miss Kay would be mad about that. I'm pretty certain that Miss Kay would be pretty mad about that. I don't know if it's against the rules or not. I don't know if the cameramen have rules. I don't think we have rules.
We don't have rules.
But Miss Kay would be mad about that. I think it's unethical, I'll say that. But cool new jerkbait from Rapala. Maverick 110. And we hear that this is the Godwin brothers in the back, which has been kind of a favorite to follow on the ABT. So I'm going to put the trolling motor on high and just mosey on back to them. So we can cover two guys in the same pocket. That's always a good thing. Miss Kay said earlier that there has been a lot of comments on Facebook and YouTube, and she was able to answer a majority of them regarding payout, entry fees, new schedule for the 100s, the new schedule for the 2025 season, which sounds insane to say 2025. I'm not ready to start talking about that yet. I want to say next year's schedule. I don't want to say that number yet, but the next year's schedule, she said that comes out on May the 3rd. If y'all have any fishing specific questions, I'd love to ask these guys. Honestly, the guys are catching so many fish today that they're honestly being pretty happy about answering questions, which a lot of times does not happen when we do live. The first few tournaments of the year has been so windy and so rainy that no one wants to talk, but everyone's in a good mood and talking this week. So if y'all have got any fishing specific questions, make sure and put those in the comments down below. Miss Kay's in my ear and she's texting us. We got a group chat going on. So if y'all have got any questions, we'd love to get them answered. I believe we got the Godwins, and I'm gonna mosey on up to them and see if they got any fish. They're both slow dragging a jig. Used to, when we were doing live, you could pretty much guarantee if somebody was fishing a pocket like this, you could just go down the middle of it because they're only fishing the docks on the outside. But nowadays with live scope, there is no telling where anyone's going to cast at, so we've got to like real tiptoe on in here to them, because at any point in time they can make a cast right at you because they're looking at the graph so much and see fish in just random places. another thing I'm going to point out before we even get to these guys, the guys that we just passed, and I'm anxious to see what the Godwins have got, but my first thought pulling in here, those guys were throwing bigger baits, moving. The guy in the front was throwing a swim bait. The guy in the back was dragging a jig, but he was dragging it pretty slow. Or he was dragging it pretty fast. These guys are fishing really, really slow when they get to something that they like. Anxious to see if they've got any fish and if that presentation change makes a difference. Those guys back there were not throwing a wacky rig. All right, guys, we found you. What y'all got? 3 little bitty ones. A lot of times for y'all, a little bitty one's a 3-pounder. Really? How much has the water came up since yesterday?
I'm trying to stay here.
He was turned away from us when he answered that question, but he said that there was a good one on bed in here yesterday, right around this area, and you could see it, but with the water's come up probably a foot or so is what he said, and you can't see the fish at all anymore, so. All right, Robbie, I'm gonna toss it over to you for a while. I've been talking for a few minutes, so I'll let you have it.
It's all good, man. I'm kind of surprised, yeah, and I'm with you with the Godwins. Oh, we got a couple dinks, and those dinks are probably 3-pounders, but that's not the case. So I did find out who the Purple Phoenix is, and I should have known it was Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd putting the owie in with Dowie. They've got a limit. They caught a fish as we were pulling in here, and they caught another one since. Their big fish was about a 2 3/4. I was staying away from some of this stuff that he was wanting to flip to the left. But these are guys that know how to get it done on the Alabama Bass Trail and doing it today. So they're 5 fish, about 9 pounds. So unofficially, this should put them near some of our top teams. You catch 10 pounds this early in the morning and you've done something right. But with their big only being a 2 3/4, if they get 5 of those, I think they're pretty happy. But it'd be nice if they had one that was over that 3-pound mark. But they are doing good. All right, now let's see. I was trying to stay away from this one stick up here in the middle. Or lay down. You're going to hit this next one? Okay. So look at this pocket. And Brent, we can see they worked all around this whole pocket. And I think about where we are almost is where they caught the one fish. I'm going to pull out here into the open water where we saw McCaig and Hurst just cut across just a moment ago that they thought the fish would be schooling. So they're going to work around this corner and go in another deep pocket. So you're hitting all these tiny pockets. You're trying to get all the way in these small pockets.
Right now we are, just seeing some largemouth pulled up maybe.
Right.
They ain't been pulled up all week, but maybe this rain made them hit the bank.
This is true. You going around me? Okay. I'll sit still.
We're probably fishing a fish up here and run all the way to the south there.
Yeah. So as Adamson and Lloyd working around my boat going in this other pocket, hoping that they go in there shallow. Jason, your point, your direction, you offshore, you inshore, you looking for spots, you looking for largemouth? What are you looking at?
We're just looking for a bite at this point with Patrick Graven and Lisa Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the game plan here?
Man, right now we just scrambling, you know. We didn't practice, we just running history. Yeah, right now we hoping, not scoping.
Hoping and not scoping. That is a good line from Lisa right there. Hoping and not scoping. Lisa did have a hook set when we pulled up on her. Lisa, what was that? Just a little nibble there or what?
Yes, opportunities.
Opportunities.
A missed opportunity.
Make a wish, fish.
Yep.
I didn't hope enough.
My daddy used to say it doesn't cost anything to try, you know? Y'all said y'all didn't spend any time in practice?
We didn't get a chance to this week. We were down a few weeks ago, but we haven't been back this week.
Weather's changed a lot.
Yeah, water's up.
Water's up.
Ought to be a great day. There'll be a lot of fish caught, no doubt. We got a late flight, so we'll get.
Oh, you got plenty of time.
Yeah, we got time.
Not quitting. We're gonna keep hoping for a while.
Hoping not to go. I'd say one of the big spots, looks like a good camera there on the top water.
We've bounced around a couple different teams, seen a couple different limits caught. We did try to catch up with Steve Winslet and Rob Lee. The tracker was showing where they were, and tracker hadn't updated in a little while, so we had to move and try a different area because they weren't there. So, Darian, we couldn't catch up with our AOI leaders. You got a fish in the boat. Tell us about it.
Yeah, man, got caught up with the Godwins real quick. I think so. One of us always finds these guys every tournament they get on camera, and I think the way that they fish, I think they're sneaky, and I don't think they like that. But they just caught one as soon as we pulled in. I watched them for just a few minutes. Jason, we're in an area that they said the water color changed a bunch. I don't know. We've seen some clear water today and seen some muddy water. This place, they're saying, it definitely got more stain than it was in practice. And bite's a little bit tougher in here, or a lot tougher in here than what they said it was. And anyhow, caught one in about 5 minutes of us sitting and watching them.
Those guys right there probably spend more time on the water than anybody I know for sure, because they are always fishing. You follow their Facebook pages, you always see them holding up fish at some tournament somewhere during the week as well. So they have done well in ABT also. So good to see those guys catching fish today.
They're the only ones I know that have won a tournament Monday night, Tuesday night. They went to church Wednesday. They won Thursday night and won Saturday morning. That's the only ones I've known to do that.
Yeah. No,
I would say they've done it more than once.
And they've done it more than once on the ABT as well in the same year.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
The only reason they didn't win on Sunday is because they didn't go. They had to put new line on their reels because they stretched everything out.
Yeah. I would think, Miss Kay, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're the youngest winning team on the ABT.
Yes, that is correct.
And
to do it
two-time
two
winners
times
at
in
that.
1 year was something else. Yeah.
And they bookended that year, if I'm not mistaken. They won the first one and the last one. See a few guys moving around out here. We passed a couple guys trying to come this way. More guys headed your way, basically, Darren. So as I pull up the tracker, I was going to go way up, but everybody seems to be down here today.
Yep. I was going to talk about that. With one of the last teams that we stopped on, we actually didn't film them, but they are a name on the list that you kind of want to find. One of the guys that we had trackers on. We finally got to them and said, "How y'all doing?" They said they didn't have any fish at all, and they said they started their morning, ran way up the river, got in the muddy water, and he said, "Man, it was dangerous up there. We tried to go." They had a big game plan, had a big practice up that way. Made it up there and said it was. I didn't really ask them specifically what. I imagine there's a lot of floating stuff in the river, or in the water. But anyhow, they are now back down here and kind of starting their day over, I guess. Scrapped plan 1 and starting on plan 2. But I wonder if that's the reason we're not seeing anybody on the tracker way up, is I would imagine because everything might be blown out.
It's really muddy. There was a lot of debris when we ran that way, and we got up there and it's like, it's just not much going on. So we decided to come back down this way and try to get around some guys we know. Hopefully we can catch up with Steve Winslow if the tracker would update.
So is it where you're at, like, or I'll say where I'm at, you go in one pocket and it looks like the watercolor hasn't been affected at all. Or kind of, I guess, at the mouth of these pockets. And then you go into the next pocket and it's almost muddy. Like
yeah, we were pulling into a pocket a minute ago.
Everything's different. There we go, another fish.
Yeah, good deal.
Yeah, these boys say it's tough, it's tough, it's tough. They got 2 and 3 docks. That's why when they said they got, look at them, hammers. So that's number 5? There we go. It better not be number 7. There we go. All right, we got a little replay action. First fish under the dock, fan pulls it out, net man in for the action, scoop him up. There you go. Pretty one right there. Not big, but a good start. And now we got the hook set, slack lined him, run into the boat. He wanted to get the net, but he was too fast with it. Fling him in the boat, show him to the camera, put him in the box, on to the next one. There you go, pretty little sucker. So there was some replay action. You gotta love it. And I'm just glad that it's not as cold as it has been. It's not as windy as it has been. And to be a cameraman, this is ideal weather conditions. Now, I don't know what the fishing weather conditions are, perhaps. But for me to do my job, this is exactly what you want.
Ideal conditions.
This is exactly what you want.
I'll take this all day long. I came prepared to be soaking wet today. Standing in a gill rain suit all day, and definitely would have protected us from the elements, but I'm thankful not have to wear it today. Fish on, fish on. Lisa said we got to stay with them now. Patrick was just asking if we had any lucky fish catches in the box, and turn around and Lisa's setting the hook. That puts their first one in the box for the day. They got a long fish all day today, boat number 209, so they got plenty of time to fill out that limit and upgrade a few times on top of that. Well, I think we're going to take a little break to do a little jobs for our sponsors. So if you would just take a little minute here and maybe grab a little breakfast. We're going to be right back here at Alabama Bass Trail South Division from Lake Martin. Fish catching action is happening today, so don't go far. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
It's that time of year. The Lannis McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event is on. We're talking $15,000 off select new Silverado 1500s. That's a holiday savings extravaganza. The 2024 Equinox is here. It's easy on the gas, easy on the eyes, and easy on the payments too. As low as $196 a month for a brand new 2024 Equinox. It's the Lannis McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event, saving you a whole lot of green. Only at the big store on University Drive in Huntsville.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see.
I grew up in the South. I love it here, like I love the homemade taste of Jack's. Right now, get our Bacon Ranch Big Jack. All beef patties, crispy bacon, and yeah, homemade ranch. Get the Bacon Ranch or our classic Big Jack starting at $5.49 with fries.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Martin here at Wind Creek State Park. You see a lot of empty docks. That was not the case this morning about 5 o'clock, 1 hour prior to blasting off at 6. 225 teams took off this morning trying to get that $15,000 first place check and part of the over $64,000 payout for today. So a lot of contingency money on board as well. Phoenix Boats, $8,000 if you win this event, $2,500 if you're the highest finisher in a Phoenix boat. $1,000 if you're AmFirst, but if you have your boat and your truck financed with AmFirst, that's $2,000. $500 for Garmin, $200 for TH Marine. Lots of contingency money wrapped up in the Alabama Bass Trail. So make sure that you check out all of that. You've got Yamaha Power Pay as well that you can qualify for. You also have Power Pole Captain's Cash that's out there. Lots of contingency money that you can qualify here on the Alabama Bass Trail. With our 225 boat field, we qualify for most boat contingency programs. You want to check that before you sign up with the Alabama Bass Trail. I did want to say, you saw Darian covering the Godwin brothers. Anyone who's watching this and sees them catch fish back to back in 2 fish and 3 docks, they know that that is a sign that the other fishermen are in trouble. Those guys stay on the water and they know, they pick it apart. So it's going to be interesting to see them. They've got an early flight number, boat number 39. They'll be coming in that second flight, coming in at 2:45 today. One other team self-reported to us, boat 181, Shane Powell and Tim Fox. They have 4 fish for 10 pounds. So they are about a 2.5 pound average there. So I would say between that and our 11 plus pounds with Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd, or 9 plus pounds with Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Those are going to be your unofficial leaders right there. So we're going to get back out to Robbie. He's on a new team. I believe he is with Amanda and Buck Williams. So Robbie.
Yeah, I question here as I pull up to boat number 49, Amanda and Paul Williams. Who's this Paul Williams? I see it on her. I thought you were Mr. Triple Name forever. Yeah, I know. As Kay said, Buck Williams, and we've dealt with in the years past. Now, I'm hearing only 4 fish, and I say only because you've missed some opportunities. What happened there?
We lost a good one.
Yeah.
Throwing what?
A frog.
Well, okay, that happens then. That's acceptable. So threw a frog, and I said, there's nothing better than a frog bite and a buzzbait bite. Why the frog? What were you seeing that was saying this looks froggy?
That pollen.
Just, yeah.
Pollen in the back of these pockets.
There's some right there, Brendan, and that's when we pulled up to you, and you see all that pollen. It's springtime. It's sitting there, so it's almost like its own little grass mat. You can't see it as well.
We pull in.
Now these hits, were they good fish?
Yeah.
Real good fish for Lake Martin.
So 4 fish for about 4 pounds. That's not going to get it done today. But
Maybe a little more than 4.
Yeah, maybe a little more.
Yeah. We're going to catch it.
So the game plan, what do you do?
Get every pocket I can find.
With some pollen in it.
So y'all are on the pollen pad.
Pollen and wood.
See a spinner bait in front. Amanda, what you got in the back? Soft plastic. Oh, we got wacky. Can't go wrong there. Got any lead in it or no?
No. On top of it, but not in it. I did catch a 3-pound crappie on the spinnerbait earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. Did you keep it? Catch and release in the grease. You can't weigh it in, but I mean, heck,
throw it in the grease.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the Alabama crappie trail, although that may be down the road one of these days. I know Lee the Armpits would probably be down with that.
Oh, yeah.
It'd have been in the live well, Mr. Lake caught it.
Yeah, just bank beating. It's that time of year, springtime. This a little more clay, a little dirtier bank. You're seeing some bigger rocks on that little portion, but the further you get, you got to lay down, more pollen in there deeper, some brush. I mean, if you got a pocket all to your own, you got to try it all. To the right side, more chunk rock. So you got a lot of variety in this section. This is going to be a little interesting stretch right here. Let's see what happens. Amanda, when it comes to some of this stuff and some of these little brush or stick-ups, do you spend a little more time as he's keeping that moving bait, or you say, I'm going to move right along with him? Yeah, do you spend more time if he's got that moving bait and you see some, brush or stick-ups and things like that, do you go back and try and...
I try.
Yeah,
Sometimes
try.
I don't pay attention. I'll be back here in my own world.
That's why I was wondering if he was facing forward and say hitting this lay down over here, if I had that wacky just off of the side or flipping a creature bait or something else in there into that brush. They're staying with the moving approach on both. Well, there you go. All right, where's our change? What's our change? Baby frog. Is that a baby frog? Yeah. Was that the same size profile?
I'm throwing the big one. She's got a little one.
I snuck up here a little too close for my liking. Again, for those of you just joining us, welcome to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. We're at Lake Martin, the second stop of the ABT South. Somebody will be crowned champion, maybe take over that Angler of the Year points lead. Big fish are hard to come by, but numbers are here. Seen quite a few limits today on air and live. This team just shy of their limit. Boat number 49, Amanda Williams and Paul Williams, have 4 fish in the boat, but lost 2 good ones, 2 big ones. Said the bait that they lost it on, or they lost them, was a frog. You see Amanda in the back throwing like a baby frog. Same action though. Let's double frog it. Doesn't get any better than that, and they like the pollen, and you can see in this pocket all that pollen's pushed up in there, kind of matting up just a little bit, going all the way to the bank, pull it back slowly, and hopefully the Muy Grande will come up and whack it. Uh-oh. And I don't know if you were able to catch that, Brenton, but I just saw a little frog get some action. He stirred up something. Man is going back there with the Frog Jr. It was about 3 feet off the bank. There's that one stick up there, and that's what it disturbed. I don't know if it spooked it or if it swiped at it just a little bit. Jason, I'm trying to stay quiet. I just saw a fish strike or a fish move around a little bit on a frog of all things in the pollen. Yeah. Oh, whack attack. It good?
And I will talk.
We just had a big swing and a miss, Jason. I had to, fans at home got to see it.
I understand. Well, I'm on boat 202, a Russell Sapp and a Logan Sims. Guys, what kind of weight we got in the box?
Sir.
What kind of weight we got in the box?
7.5 pound maybe.
5 fish, 3 fish?
5 fish.
5 fish.
Typical Lake Martin.
Typical Lake Martin. It's time to upgrade.
That's right. That's what we're working on.
And y'all got the trolling motor on high looking for the upgrade.
That's it. That's what we're doing.
How was practice?
Caught a bunch of fish. Just
Pretty easy to catch a limit. I'm not going to say easy, but
it's easy.
you know, it's easy. Looking for those big size ones though. What's the key to that?
To be honest with you, just for us, hoping burning bank and hoping getting our bait in front of
Just running over them.
Yeah, running into them. Fishing this lake for a lot of years.
Yeah.
Just seems like just covering area and trying to
Take your time and pick off the right ones.
Yeah.
If it's your day, it's your day.
Yeah, that's right. You got that part figured out.
I'm sure somebody's got it figured out down here how to catch them consistently, but we don't.
Lake Martin is just catch them. You know,
It ain't hard to do that.
there's plenty of them to catch. got Russell Sapp and Logan Sims just burning the bank. Got 5 fish in the box. Said they're just trying to put their bait in front of them. They're making a lot of bait changes as we kind of roll along with them here. They do have the trolling motor on high and just standing on it. All right, Darian. Hopefully you caught up with somebody that gave us some more fish catches.
Well, we just got to Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher, and I don't know if they got any fish catches. But we just made the longest run of the day, and I don't know if we got out of a pocket or what happened. But it got a little, I'm not gonna say cold, but it got a little chilly for a second. Change of scenery, clear water out on the main lake. I guess we're kind of in a creek, but main body of water. We're not back in pockets anymore. We've been pocket hopping all day, and looks like we got some slow roll and swim bait action. Double, the same exact rig. So they must have found something, some big fish that's been done at these floating docks. There's a marina here with a little floating dock action, and they're kind of in a spot where I can't really get to them without disturbing their area, so I'm gonna just sit out here and watch for a second. How's it going, man? We got it. Okay. Y'all got any fish?
We got 3 or 4. Nothing no size.
Yeah. Well, we'll follow you over here. Dang. I got some nerds I'll give you. I don't know if it's against the rules to give a hungry Tim Hatcher a snack or two, but
that's what I was going to ask. I think that's probably like assistance, right?
I don't know. I mean, you are giving him some fuel, so I guess technically, if that might inspire him to fish harder, which therefore may make him catch more fish. So
those nerds might get him
can't get
up.
DQ'd. I can't get him DQ'd. He would be the one to get DQ'd. It doesn't cost me nothing. Look, I know one thing. You hear a tournament angler's voice like that, it's either A, which now I probably answer the question, he's probably hangry or hungry. But number 2, it sounded to me like he lost a fish. That's the voice of I've lost one this morning, like a big one. There's a certain voice you have, the little anger in your voice, and he had that. I'm gonna run over there, Darian, real quick. And I was like, yeah, he probably lost about 3-pounder a minute ago. Sounds fresh too. He hadn't forgot about it yet. So he just idled right across this little pocket, and man, this is clear, pretty water we're in now, Jason. They're throwing I don't know if they were throwing a mag draft, or I don't think it was a mag draft, but it was something of that sort. Some kind of 5-6 inch swim bait. And just slow rolling it around these floating, kind of like a big marina dock, and we're in an area that's got several floating docks around it.
But you found some more clean water.
Found very clean water.
I'm glad that my batteries are charged up, because these guys have it on high, and I'm running right with them. So it's definitely a turn it up, stand on it day for the trolling motor. So these guys are just covering
I've
water.
seen that too. I have seen that same thing. Jason, whenever we get done with today, I'm gonna have to ask Ms. Kay if it is against the rules, A, to give fellow competitors a snack. Then number 2 would be, what price do I put on that snack because there's such a high demand? If you find a man who's hungry out here, he'd be willing to pay 3 or 4x of market value for that snack. You might get a Rice Krispie for $8 or $9.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get in the green quick on them. You get in the green quick on. You can't share baits. So what about snacks?
Right, you're getting confused in your ear. Just
Miss
listen.
K in our ear says snacks are fine.
Snacks are fine.
Well, we had to call in and
Now
ask
you're
Miss
gonna get
K,
into it.
and she has verified that snacks are. I already ate my last protein bar. I already gave you my protein bar.
I got a nice little pack of little powdered donuts here. I could offer up, for a price at this point. If we're gonna go there.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, you are the casserole kid. I mean, I'm surprised again that you don't have some fancy.
They've been calling me the casserole kid.
Meal. I think Miss Kay needs to remind all your boat captains that they're supposed to come with food for you.
Honestly, I'm disappointed I'm disappointed the last 2 have been strikeout. Hey, but I do know our next tournament is next week at Smith Lake for the North, and there is a pontoon boat rolling around with snacks. I don't even know if they're still out there anymore, but they've got on the water. You can order a corn dog or a hot dog or ice cream and get it on the water. I will be taking advantage of that next week. 100%.
Well, and it's while we're just talking about it, when we head to Neely, we can hit that Jack's on the water too.
Next week we got to. Yeah, it's a pontoon boat. You just pull up to them and they got snacks. I said if they were here right now, they'd make $14, $15 off y'all right now. Well, you would say y'all got 3 or 4. Well, how's things going? Was practice good, or what's going on? Yeah.
Folks at home, sorry for the pressure washing noise in the background, but it is what it is.
All right, I wanted to point out we're still with boat number 49, Amanda Williams and Paul Williams. So I want you to look. Both of them are throwing frogs. You see a bait caster and a larger size frog with buck up in the front. Amanda has a spinning reel with like a frog junior, like a little frog, a lightweight frog. And I figured that was the reason that she's throwing the spinning reel. Big fish just jumped to my right. I figured that's why she's throwing the spinning reel, to put that frog where she wants. The problem is, she's had one strike it a couple of times, 2 or 3 times, I think in this pocket alone. And either she's pulling it out of its mouth or it's just not able to set the hook. Now, typically you'll next to never see a frog on a light spinning bait. But with the bait caster, she probably can't put it exactly where she wants to with it being light like that. So again, the equipment, you think, okay, I'm putting it there, it's one thing, but you still have to penetrate those hooks in its mouth. So kind of which evil do you want to deal with? And she said it just a second ago. She says when they eat it, when they take it, it's all the way down and I'm good. But if I pull it away too quick, and again, Buck's saying hit it, you know, if I do that, it doesn't work. And that makes sense. If you fish for frog, don't just go on the bus. Let them take it, then you set the hook. This is brought to you by a disciple of Dean Rohoff.
Love it.
But the misses they've had, they've each had a miss and followed it up with the other frogs. And some of that brush, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have both frogs in their hand. I'm surprised they wouldn't go with maybe that wacky worm or something that they had. Here's a case of them hitting the, whew, I've got my spot lock on or something. Things getting crazy in the Floyd boat here. Now picking back up the spin a bit. This allergy pattern though, that's kind of crazy. There's a lot of pollen in here.
Robbie, you're watching some frogging going on. I'm watching some swim baiting going on out on kind of a main lake in the Clearwater. I've got a question for all of the fans and the viewers about something I was talking with an ABT North angler this week, which is, for the viewers at home, are you a fan, just an ABT fan, you have no ties? Are you family of someone watching the event, or are you a friend of someone watching the event? You know someone specifically, but you're not family with them. I was curious about that because I know there's a lot of people, I watch fishing tournaments just every time they're on and don't really have any ties necessarily, but curious if the ABT viewers, are you friends, family, or fans? I'm just curious. Drop it in the comments below. Miss Kay's in our ears. And I'm going to read those comments too, just so I know a little bit more about our fans. But I'm curious to know, while we're watching fishing, y'all got nothing else to do, drop a comment down below. We appreciate it. Now, back to your non-paid program. I'm the type to have I'm the type to have bass pulled up, ABT pulled up, and just toggling back and forth between the two. I've got dual screens. Looks like I'm running a, I don't know, computer programming. And my wife, annoyed right there in the middle. She's hearing two different overlays of fishing talk, and she hates both of them. If I'm fishing, she'll watch it, but if it's not, she's like, what are you doing? Listen to them talk about fishing? I'm like, yes. Why would you not want to do that? Well, they're not catching any. Well, they might. Why do you think I'm watching it? I want to see them when they catch one.
Karen, I know you mentioned it earlier with that little area you were at. I think it got cooler. We're in this pocket and we were just sitting still, and it does feel like a north wind had switched around or something. It does feel like the air, the ambient temperature did chill out it just a little bit.
Something changed for sure. We might have been spoiled. We were in a pocket on the other side of the lake. I don't know if that was blocking most of the wind or what, but when we got to this area we're in now, it's definitely got a little cooler. Robbie, you're kind of probably out, I can't see, so I'm guessing you're probably back in a pocket somewhere watching some frog fishing going on. You think you could take over the full box and let us run and chase some other guys down?
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah, Amanda Williams and Paul Williams, boat number 49, looking for their fifth fish, a keeper, and the fifth one's actually hit 2 or 3 times since we've been here. They went back to where they had a strike just a moment ago on the big frog. Just to the left, had a strike on the with a small frog. So they kind of been working this, what is it, the pollen method. Look down into the water. You can see it all here. It's kind of all spread out, and that might be that wind change. A moment ago, wasn't it more compact? Wasn't it like pushed all into these pockets? So maybe the wind did change and start moving around. Maybe it's the trolling motors. But think of it like a grass mat, or how, wind blows, into these areas, these pockets, and you have mats. They're almost treating this pollen as a grass mat. And I see the jackets going on. Does this mean it's going to be a decent run, or is this cooler wind making it a little chilly?
Next pocket we find.
All right, so the frog's been getting the bites, but hadn't been getting the catches. That's something you kind of probably want to stick to. You said you missed a good one there just a moment ago. Did you get to physically see it?
Yeah. 2.5, 3 pounds coming out. Back coming out of the water.
And what happened?
Just missing it in that.
Are you pulling it out of its mouth, you think?
No, he missed it twice.
He needs some goggles on. He needs to work on that corrective vision. All right, so you see them leaving, Kay. I think we can actually make the move to Jason in here in just a bit. So warm up that net, get ready. Hey, what do you got for snacks? We haven't even talked about that.
What you want? I got cookies, cupcakes,
I'm on what you want.
Pistachios.
Everything you said I can't eat. I'm on the carnivore diet. It's nothing but meat for me. But I want to know what is going to be your key to victory. What's going to be the snack that puts you over the top?
Probably them frosted sugar cookies.
Dang, that sounds delicious. God, that sounds good. Jason, sounds delicious. I'm sure it looks delicious. I don't want to see it. I know I'm going to have to make a run if I'm going to get a Jack's down here, but I'm looking for at least 6 Jack's patties before I leave the state of Alabama. Or Kay, either way. I know she and I have been known to run to a Jack's a time or two. As these guys get prepared to go, maybe we could come into the mobile studio and Kay and I can wrap for just a little bit and then get ready, because I've had a lot of well-wishers, Kay, and it's kind of been different. Usually they go, oh, dang, it's Robbie Floyd again. But now when they haven't seen me, they go, hey, Robbie, welcome to be back. It's going to be nice. And now it's 11 years in a row on the Alabama Bass Trail, just not full-time.
11 years on the Alabama Bass Trail. I remember when we started this thing, I remember reaching out to you the first time. I didn't have a lot to promise you. I had no idea if we would be successful, if we would even have year 2. And here we are 11 years later. And you've been here for the entire ride. I sure appreciate you filling in for Luke today.
Yeah, it's good. And, you know, I think Luke come in and go like, man, this is going to be different. And it is. I mean, it's a learning process, and Luke's very good at it, what he does. And you hear Darian being able to break down stuff, and you know his social media interaction. Jason does the same thing while he's taking pictures and doing it all out on the water. A lot of moving cogs go on behind the scenes that people don't have any idea. It's good for me to get ready and get my sea legs going. A couple of weeks I get to go to the Classic. But let's talk about the ABT 100. I saw that was announced, and we ate with a pair yesterday. We're not going to say which pair of anglers it was, but they're really looking forward to the South event down in Eufaula.
They surely are. You know, everything for the Alabama Bass Trail has kicked off at Lake Guntersville. We announced the very first Alabama Bass Trail when we were a tourism organization, and then we had our very first tournament on February the 1st. In 2014 on Lake Guntersville. So it is a special place for us to be able to kick off the 2025 season there at Guntersville is going to be really special. Could see multiple 30-pound bags there. I mean, that's not out of the question. We picked 3 really big bass lakes this time. You got Lake Guntersville there in January. You and I have witnessed great bags down at Eufaula. We've had 24 20-pound bags. So, and then you have Wilson, a lake we've not been to on the Alabama Bass Trail, but a lot of people are familiar with that very small lake, 15,000 acres, double the size of Jordan, but it is a smallmouth factory. So we're looking forward to getting there.
Yeah, you're just working your way down the chain in that case, right? The Tennessee River, you've got Guntersville, you work down there, and then we head down south to its own body of water in Eufaula. I think that's the thing with the 100s. It's the variety. It's fun. They might not want to be fishing for that much money in January because it could be potentially cold. But I think like Guntersville starting there in January, I think that's our best case scenario, right? Because they're winter. I mean, they're big size, and you have all the locals that generally wouldn't want to be out there not really filling those spots. Where you get down to February, March, April, that lake's really crowded. But January, I don't think it's going to be crowded at all.
I don't think it's going to be crowded. Anytime you're going to put up $1,000 entry fee for a tournament, I mean, you obviously want to be out there. They know 30 pounds is sitting out there. We've seen BFLs go there in early January, and we've seen those weights. We've not been to Guntersville that early, so I think it is going to be a good tournament with a limited boat field of 100 boats. Guys are going to be able to get where they want to get. So it's going to be a fun tournament. I know Jason is currently out with the winners at Lake Jordan. That's Eric Summers with an O. He does not want us to spell his name S-U-M-M-E-R-S. It's Eric Summers with an O and Robbie Pelt. They won Lake Jordan. They're currently leading Angler of the Year. Jason, tell us what they got.
Summers with an O. They have fish shallow, fish deep, just kind of been bouncing around. Guys, you know, you're sitting at the top coming into this deal. I know that, you know, not a whole lot of pressure on you. I mean, we got a lot of tournaments still to fish, but you still want to do well. So going and getting a limit this morning is probably a big deal.
We wasn't going to try for a limit. At the end of the day, we were going to stay shallow, or you see me not shallow. But at the end of the day, we were going to stay shallow and just grind it out. We're fixing to go back to it.
Yeah.
I was just coming out of that creek.
But you got to be willing to make those adjustments on the water. You know, sometimes you can't be hard-headed. You got to do what the fish want to do.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, they're definitely, I don't know, I would say they're active, but it's more of a hot water active. It's not a crankbait active or a spinnerbait active.
A lot of cloud cover today. The wind's starting to pick up. We got some changes going on.
I wish the wind would pick up.
Yeah.
I mean, start crashing.
Yeah.
It would be good. That would be benefit for sure. I don't know who was doing it.
Were you looking at them shallow in practice?
No. I can't see half good anyway. Some of these guys around here know where to find them at. This lake is a nemesis for all of us. For me and him, anyway. I've done good up here before. There's some federation, plus some big bags. Squirrel finds them out every once in a while.
That's right.
Pounds an area. You're going to check
But we'll slide back and watch you fish. Thank y'all for giving us some time. If y'all need to make a run whenever.
Bring us some luck.
Well, that's what we're here for.
We've been running back in that pocket back there.
What'd y'all say what weight you had?
Probably 8 or 9 pounds.
8 or 9 pounds. I'm fixing to make a run here. Gonna head back out a little bit. So
Need a 6-pounder.
need that 6-pounder they were joking about earlier. Yeah. Get after it, guys. Good job. Thank you for your time today.
Have a good day.
Well, there goes your AOI leaders coming into this event, winners. And they're kind of bouncing around a little bit trying to figure out what's going on. So, fish shallow, fish deep. They're going to go back shallow. Miss Kay, that's Summers with an O.
Guys, you're back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio with me, but we're going to give you a little preview of our new fish care tanks. As I mentioned earlier in the show, fish care and conservation are very important to the Alabama Bass Trail. With opportunities of weighing in over 1,100 bass, it's very important that we take care of those bass. So you'll see that these are our new fish care tanks. They are fully loaded with oxygen tanks at the front. We have oxygenators, aerators, and all of those. We do treat those with different chemicals. We have an ammonia neutralizing chemical that we put in there, as well as our G-Juice. It also helps with the electrolytes with the fish. It also helps repair their slime coat. There's plenty of oxygen in there to allow those fish to kind of get rejuvenated before we return them back to the reservoir. So with 225 boats and the potential of 220 plus limits, these tanks are going to be very essential in us reviving those fish if they're lethargic. This time of the year, it's not a big problem for us with fish care, just simply because the fish are typically caught shallow. You don't have the need to compress the air bladder or to fizz the air bladder. The water temperatures are not hot, and we keep our water temperature within 5 degrees in these tanks. So these are new. This is the first time they'll be used here at the Alabama Bass Trail. We have escape gates that we're able to release those fish. If you can see down in there, you have the oxygenators, you have the release gates, and then we have a 10-inch pipe out the back that will allow those fish to be released back into the water. Typically, we'll take them to 2 different locations and release them. Certainly here at Wind Creek, we take them to an alternate location to release the fish. But these are new tanks for us. We got these about 2 weeks ago. We got them wrapped, and again, courtesy of the Alabama RC&D, to the state legislator who continues to support Alabama RC&D and projects like this for conservation, for restoration. We really appreciate that. So we're excited to unveil those here at Lake Martin this week, and look forward to filling them up at 2:30 at the weigh-in. So just thanks to the sponsors there, Sweet Home Alabama, fishalabama.org, Phoenix Boats, and Alabama RC&D for helping us with that project. It was actually about a almost 9-month process of getting those built and getting them delivered here to Alabama. So thankful for that. A little over $92,000 spent to make sure that we have adequate fish care for the anglers and for the fish that they bring in and cross our stage. So thankful to be able to do that. We just got the latest report from Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. They had a phenomenal tournament down on Lake Jordan. They are currently leading the Angler of the Year points. For those of you that don't know much about the Alabama Bass Trail, 225 teams, you get 225 points if you win, and it goes down 1 point in every place. If a team was to come in and 0 for the day, they get 10 points less than the last team that weighs in, and then they carry their points throughout the season. We take the top 75 in points to the championship, as well as the 5 winners from that division. So about 80 teams from each division, as well as 5 couples teams and 5 high school teams. We'll go on to our no entry fee championship in October for over $100,000 paid out in 20 places. So a lot of fun. They're going to be on Lay Lake this year in October, so looking forward to that event already. And these guys are, one, trying to punch their ticket there, but they're trying to get the most points that they can get. Angler of the Year receives a $5,000 bonus, as well as a prize package from Garmin with a Panoptics unit, and so we're excited about that. They take home about $7,500 in their bonus, and then the runner-up gets a $2,500 cash bonus, as well as a Garmin prize pack as well. So a lot of extra money out there. That's what these guys are fighting for. Plus, they want to make that championship. So answering quite a few of the questions that you guys are asking about the series, I encourage you to go to alabamabasstrail.org. Click on the rules, start reading through those. You can go back and look at prior press releases. The dates always stay the same on the Alabama Bass Trail. Registration priority for our current teams is August 1st through the 14th. And then on August 15th at 5:30 a.m., registration opens for the next season. Fortunate for us, and we're very blessed, in the last 5 seasons, we have sold out in under 30 minutes, and in a couple of cases under 20 minutes. So it is a quite busy morning on August the 15th for us to get everyone registered, but it's all done online. You can read all about it there on the Alabama Bass Trail website. If you have questions, you can post those in the comments. I will try my best to get back to you as quickly as possible, or to answer those online. Jason, Robbie, and Darian are out looking for other teams to cover. I mean, I'm looking through here, and we've covered about 20, 25 teams already. We have 30 trackers on the water. Hopefully we'll be able to get in touch with some of the other teams so that we can catch a check on them. We'd like to find Rob Lee and Steve Winslet, but we're going to take a real short commercial break. When we come back, hopefully Darian, Jason, and Robbie will be set up on new teams, and we'll be back in just a moment. You have a great day.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
It's that time of year. The Lanners McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event is on. We're talking $15,000 off select new Silverado 1500s. That's a holiday savings extravaganza. The 2024 Equinox is here. It's easy on the gas, easy on the eyes, and easy on the payments too. As low as $196 a month for a brand new 2024 Equinox. It's the Lanners McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event, saving you a whole lot of green. Only at the big store on University Drive in Huntsville.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go.
I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
And she got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers.
Let's go.
I grew up in the South. I love it here. Like I love the homemade taste of Jack's. Right now, get our Bacon Ranch Big Jack. All beef patties, crispy bacon, and yeah, homemade ranch. Southern style. Ain't no other way. We're good, hard-working people serving great food. Big game today.
Big game today.
Good luck. Come on in for our Bacon Ranch Big Jack or get our classic with crinkle cut fries starting at $5.49. Stop by and say hey. Hey. I'm Donna Davis, and I am all about the South.
Welcome back to everyone watching the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. The second stop of the ABT South from Lake Martin. Wind Creek State Park will play host this afternoon for the weigh-in starting at 2:30. $46,000 up for grabs, $15,000 of which will go to our winner. We've caught up with boat number 78, Chris Hutcherson, and I'm changing the name now from BG Marvettes to BF Marvettes. Big Fish Marvettes back there, ready to catch them. Might be telling a little bit of a fib today, but 5 fish for about 7 pounds, but you're not lacking on your number. You said you caught about 15 fish already today. How you been catching those fish?
Spinnerbait, buzzbait, jig.
So you've been fairly shallow or extremely shallow? Wind's starting to pick up right now, and it ought to play in your hands how you think that spinnerbait side of things, but things like, it seems like the weather might be changing a bit.
A little bit.
The game plan today is just start shallow, stay shallow, and just keep hitting pocket after pocket. You looking at the graphs at all? You got a good setup there in front of you. I see a lot of Garmin stuff. It looks like, have you been looking at fish at all? Even with my glasses, you can see my blindness. So do see you now have full Lowrance setup. So whatever it takes. Yeah, you got $1 or $2 in electronics on there. But fishing shallow, you're not going to be looking down too much. But in stuff like this, it would be nice if you saw one laying on the end of that laydown. Any size to the fish you caught? Do you have 1 3-pounder in there, Lee? No?
18 a 2-pounder in 2 days.
That does make it tough. See everything on deck from crankbait, maybe a jerk bait, some soft plastic. But spinner and jig have been the weapons. When you come to Lake Martin, it's known for its numbers of fish, and they'd already caught 15 this morning, but no size. Throwing the 2 days of practice, not catching a 2-pounder, it can get a little frustrating, but at least you're catching, and you know that any given time it could be one that makes a difference, especially if you're fishing shallow and you know these fish are starting to move up for the spawn. The weather definitely has changed as we're out here. We're in a little more open area, but the wind's picked up. It has gotten cooler. It looks like the ceiling has gotten a little lower as well. I'm wondering how that's going to affect the fishing.
It dropped the ceiling on us a little bit. We've caught up to boat number 5. Gregory and Ross are 2 young guys. I'm going to get Miss Kay to age check these guys. So they're young. Grinding, working together. And what did he say? They had one good one, like a 3.5-pounder. And I think they said they had 4 fish already. I think they said they got 4 fish. But they're fishing shallow. When we saw them, I didn't think it was possible that boat could float back how shallow they were. Way back in the back pockets. It seems like I've seen 2 patterns today. You're either in the pockets burning them down as fast as they can run, or the guys, I'm going to call the main lake, but I don't really know if that was technically the main lake, but out in the deeper water, the clearer water. And it seems like the guys that we've seen have been, the guys in the pockets finding this stained water have certainly been on a better pattern or catching more fish. Miss Kay just texted in and said these guys are 23 and 24. I don't know Miss Kay's stat sheets. I don't think she needs a sheet for a lot of this. She's just dialed on the information. But if y'all could tell how fast I talk to then she texts back is just mere seconds. If we ask weather report or fishing anything, she's quick on that. But 23 and 24, 2 young guys, pumping that swim jig too. if you're from this area of the world, that's how you swim a jig, is how the buoy in the back is.
Does it just look like open water, Darian, or is there grass? I mean, anything, any stick-ups? What are they?
No,
what are they doing?
They're swimming. They're just swimming the really just bank, but he's definitely making sure any target he's casting at. Like right now, there's a little bit of some sort of brush of some sort in the water he's casting at, but it's a lot of dock stuff. And just fishing, really, right now we're just fishing bare banks, real flat spawning banks. Almost sliding in. I got.
That's
a couple
what I
questions
was
for
like.
these boys.
Oh man. When you were talking about that swim jig, I always just picture like look. I was thinking always, you know, like the dry, spindly stuff that's still out there, and now it's starting to get flooded. I'm like, is there something under there that we don't see that maybe that they know is there? You know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't think there is at all. I think it's just, I think just this time of year type thing. All right, guys, my question for you. You're on live, so don't cuss or anything. Your mama might be watching. Obviously we're in real flat banks, spawning pockets. Did y'all see any bedfish in practice?
Man, I only got to come yesterday, and I knocked the foot off the boat about 10 o'clock. So
Did you really?
Yeah, I didn't have long to fish.
Wow.
But I didn't see any on the bed. I think the spots are probably spawning.
Yeah.
I think there's some up on this boat. But
Y'all just think these flat banks like this is where they're coming in these kind of banks to spawn these kind of pockets?
That big one we caught this morning was, I would definitely say spawn.
Yeah.
May not be able to see them, but they're down there. They know what time of year it is.
That's right.
A lot of bites yesterday on the boat. Pine straw wasn't in the water yet. Makes it a lot easier to fish.
I think you're with an alumni from Montevallo, right? Yeah,
That's
Darian,
good.
in one of them from Montevallo?
Very fortunate. We caught them down probably 150-yard stretch. Went up and down it all day.
Wow. A bunch of fish or just a couple random bites?
Oh, we caught a bunch. We caught all of them flipping.
Oh yeah.
Flipping drag. And they were moving up then. Man, we caught all the fish moving up time to fall. But we also had a lot of warm weather then.
Yeah.
I didn't notice so much of lightning last night, but I seen that. Shoved these shallows.
Yeah.
Had a couple bites, but it's a lot slower.
What do y'all fish at Montevallo?
I did.
All right. What's the competition level coming from college into this, where you got guys who've been fishing their whole life on these lakes?
Nothing against any of the college boys.
This is a whole different league.
Yeah, these guys catch them regardless.
They don't miss.
No, they don't.
They're going to hit every single time. They're hit.
And even if you think it's tough, man, like.
Well, the problem is you'll call two of your you'll call two of your buddies, and they're like, "No, man, we didn't catch them either." So then you talk to 3 or 4 guys, and you're like,
Yes,
"Well, I guess the whole lake's not doing good." Then it's like 22 pounds wins, 15 pounds is 20th place.
See, that's what we're thinking at Jordan, man. We were like, we had set right at 17. I was like, well, we ought to, maybe get in the top 10. Shoot, no,
Wrongo.
I couldn't believe they caught 20-something pounds of spot.
Yeah. That's what we noticed when we fished, and definitely now seeing it. There's not a lot of just bad tournaments overall where everybody does bad. That doesn't happen.
No. It don't matter if you think it's tough, man. These guys got to
Yeah. We'll back off a little bit and let y'all do your thing, but good luck. Hopefully y'all
I appreciate it, man. Yeah,
catch a couple more big ones.
I hope so. We need another good one. We got so many to call, too. If we don't get some bites in this one, I'm going to run on up past Parker Creek, I think.
Ready to fish some wood. I didn't really fish any wood yesterday. We've got some bites on it today though. Not as many laydowns back here.
Yeah. There's an old school switch up. He waited till the camera was gone to make that move, by the way. He just went from some sort of a white, I don't know, was he throwing a horny toad? Something like a horny toad. And he switched to black. Same blade, silver blade, but he switched up to a black horny toad of some sort. I don't know that it was a horny toad. It could have been different plastic. Man, too bad Luke Duncan's not at this tournament. I'd love to push him off that tall tower right there. I don't really know what that thing is, but I'd love to push Luke off of it. We ought to have a King of the Hill up there on the summer. If we ever come back here for a summer tournament, me and Luke do King of the Hill up there. All right, here's something for TV. For the people who've been watching, we've heard throughout the day a lot of people are catching them on wood. And he mentioned today they caught one, or they caught a few off wood, but they're fishing pockets, so there's not a lot. Here we've got a tree, a big laydown coming up, and I'm gonna be pretty anxious to see what happens on this. If they catch one on this, what their move is, because like you said, there's not a lot of wood in this pocket. And being a viewer, and I guess you call us a host, a live host, you can hear kind of the things that are going on, and hearing that wood is making a difference right now. One thing that he said is, if we don't get any more bites in here, I'm gonna run. I've got some places that's got some wood in it. And it's really easy. Oh man, he threw too far and got hung up. Oh no, he didn't. He's just slow swimming it back. Oh, look at that. There we go.
Make 5.
That makes 5. Show them to all of our Facebook friends right here. Not a big one, but it's number 5. Hey, it was on the one piece of wood on that bank too. So what's your 5 weigh now? $833. So it's going to take probably a little bit more than that to get into check range. Hey, if y'all saw that hook set on live, let's give this man some, give him some emojis. Comment down below, give him a thumbs up. That was a slack liner. That was what you want to see on a swim jig hook set, by the way. If y'all are wondering, if y'all have ever searched on YouTube how to set the hook on a swim jig, he just answered your question for you.
Might be doing something different than not normally you see people swimming a jig down here.
Yeah.
Might be a little different.
Just down a flat bank.
What y'all think it takes today?
We're here in 16. That's the number that I've heard many times.
That's strong on this pond.
Yeah. I couldn't do it. I could fish for a week and have 16 on this place with weighing my best 25 fish.
I'd say that's the biggest one I've ever caught here in the water.
Yeah. It's almost like you knew he was going to catch one on that tree, you know? Just looking at it, you're like, yeah, he's going to catch one. That makes sense. No, it's weird. It's spread out.
Lost a little bit of cell service there for a while, guys. Boat 42, Mark Ivy, James Foley. Just asked me if I saw any 6-pounders. I saw 5 for 6. I haven't seen a 6. But y'all got 5 for how much?
7, 8 pounds.
Yeah. Out here in the open off this point, wind's kind of blowing in here. What have y'all been doing today?
Just crankbait, using some shadow baits, crankbaits, and one worm bite.
Oh, okay. One way I was like, man, you're not soaking it much. You're trying to keep it moving, though. Okay. Phoenix has been powered around, crankbaits, spinner baits, one worm, I think. So what's the plan? What do you want to do the rest of the day?
Go back up to another cut. We're gonna go in there and do the same thing. Throw a lipless crank and a flat crank. Maybe some worms.
Everything you're doing, though, is a moving type of bait for the most part.
Pretty much. I caught one on a spinner bait, but they ain't been killing it.
Yeah.
And they've been short hits and a lot of the crank bites as well. That's what we've been doing.
This is kind of an open point here with the majority of the lake behind us out there. Are you doing more of the exposed stuff, or are you going out in the pockets more?
Back in the pockets, because most of the fish back in the pockets. They just have to be coming out.
Yeah, we count, not necessarily in the back of the creek, but in the back of pockets is where we've done most of it.
We got one on. Had one on. Did you have it, or did it just hang up? And then hung up in those rocks there, and you could see just the veins coming out of here, those rock formations with the gravelly stuff up there on the bank. Some chunk rock over there to the left, a little bit more. Would you go shaggy head back there now? See it now?
That's what I was going to do. I was going to pick up a shaky head, but then we're coming around the corner. The wind's so bad.
You don't want to mess with it?
I ain't going to mess
Oh,
with
come
it.
on now. They don't care about the wind.
Pretty much what we've done most of the damage on.
So you got a square bill on?
Yeah, little
bumping,
small
1.5 or something.
It's yeah, 1.5 Fritz. That's what we got. That and a white killer chatterbait.
Any trailer on the chatter, or just
small trailer. He's done most all the damage. I just been chauffeuring.
Well, you're gonna have to pick him up, or upgrade your netting size.
Put me on him, I don't care.
Yeah. It's a team tournament, right? Again, boat number 42, Mark Ivy, James Foley, got 7 pounds or so. Just looking for that bigger bite, as everybody is here at Martin. It's a typical Martin day, and we knew we'd catch those numbers. How many total fish you think you have today?
8, 9.
Okay.
And then we had 3 altogether come off.
Poor execution, or just one of those things?
Short biting right when you start to pick it up out of the water. You actually see the fish come up and hit it when you start to pick it up out of the water.
Those of you watching home will be on live for about another 45 minutes. It's been a long day out here. We got them out pretty fast this morning. Weather was on our side. Even though it was raining all the way up till early this morning, it has not rained on us today. The rain has held out. Wind's kind of picked up. It's got a little cooler. These are some of the best in the country here on the Alabama Bass Trail. First flight will check in at 2:30 this afternoon at Wind Creek State Park in Alexander City, Alabama, if you want to come out and join us. You're not going to hear a ton from people on stage because you're going to hear a lot of the same thing. Guys catching numbers without the size. And if we have 225 boats take off, you may have 220 limits. So to get that process through with every flight coming in 15-minute increments, so 25 boats every 15 minutes. Second guessing myself if it's 15 or 30, huh? I think it's 15. Was it there?
Yeah.
I saw it and I just like, oh man, he's really putting the juice to that crankbait, but you had a fish on.
He come off right side the boat. Just exactly what I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah, well, I saw the bow in your rod. I was thinking, okay, he went for a deeper diver, and that's what it kind of looked like. But no, that was still that 1.5.
Couldn't catch up to it. Get a good hook.
Now, have you sharpened? You got new hooks in them?
Oh yeah, brand new this morning.
I was like, you can slap some VMCs on there, maybe get a little stickier.
Coming at me.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get caught up to it.
Uh-oh, got one in the back. Where's my net man? Where's my net man? He said no need.
Now, this is pretty much what we just been doing all morning.
Just a little one.
Well, we ain't been out in the wind either. We've been up in little cuts.
Yeah. Well, hey, you just lost one. He caught one, so maybe you should have been out in the wind,
That's
right?
true.
You just
Maybe
need,
trying to tell us something.
Need bigger size. Yeah, I was like, there's so many people that do it for their convenience. Got one on? No, got a tree bass or a rock bass.
I think that's a rock bass.
I remember fishing, it was a Bassmaster Open one year, and you got all these people in these protected areas, and I was with Terry Butcher, and the Butcher was throwing a spinner bait. He'd find every windy bank he could, and that was his key to doing what he did. He wasn't trying to find the calm stuff. He was trying to find that windy stuff.
We hadn't even been in a spot this morning to really use forward facing stuff at all. We've just been dealing with the rocks on cuts, stuff like that.
Yeah, everybody doesn't have to use the forward-facing sonar anymore.
True. But I ain't above using it. I just ain't been in a spot to really use it.
It just helps in certain situations. But even here, you're not even looking at the stuff offshore, just seeing if there's anything out there individually, right?
Nope. I found a little thing that's been working for us, and it's pretty much what you're seeing on out this way.
Yeah.
Back there where we come from, it was like this, but you can't see them without your depth finder, but they just stuck scattered everywhere, but you got the rock stuff coming down into it. That's what we've been fishing. Even in the cut, that's what we've been fishing.
Right. So Jason, we heard their approach, looking for some of those rocks and stumps that are underneath the water that you can't see, but there's a lot going on that we can't see, isn't it?
Yeah, we're on buck 67 Gentry Gordon hunter fish. Guys, y'all catching them?
Not too many of them. We got 4. We don't have a limit yet.
What kind of size though?
Not much. We got 1 2-pounder and a couple pound-and-a-halfers. So a few pound-and-a-halfers. So it is slow for us.
Look like your bird dog up at the front's got something going on there.
No, not at all.
He's got it on point up there, it looks like.
Yeah.
Did y'all spend much time in practice?
We hadn't seen the first fish on bed.
Where'd y'all start out this morning?
Manoy, and it was trash. That kind of got us behind the 8 ball this morning.
Yeah. So I got 4 fish in the box. Not anything real size. First spot they got to this morning was kind of blown out, so said to kind of put it behind the 8 ball and just going fishing now. This lake is full of these pockets like this. Just little fingers kind of go off, little toes. Lots of docks. Lots of long gravel banks, rock banks, wickwood. The lake's been down, but it's coming back up. A lot of rain this week is fluctuating that water, changing the water color. We talked this morning, we kind of go in and out of pockets, and sometimes it's super clear and sometimes it's chocolate milk. There's like a lot of teams are focused on this end of the lake for whatever reason. Deeper water, less current, maybe a better potential for a largemouth. Shallower water. Just back and forth, back and forth. We did catch up with Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. We were kind of out of a sell range, but they did have a limit. They have right around 11 pounds. Said they were really trying to hunt for a big one right now and trying to work it around and take their time to find what they need to upgrade. They had bounced around in the little pocket they were in, really kind of going to the back of those coves and making a few casts and making a move. There goes a fish catch. Maybe this will make it upgrade a little bit. So we're keeping that size fish, that's tough. Oh, we're calling that little one out, so we had one smaller than that.
Here's a keeper, but he was bleeding.
Robbie, we're down here once again, got a fish catch. So our guys are catching fish. It's been a good day of fish catching. Everybody we've kind of been around is kind of either working on that final fish for a limit or got a limit. And what you got up on that end of the lake?
I've got boat 131, Jeff Myers and John Milton. 5 fish, 7 pounds. So they've got their limit. So they caught about 13, I don't know, 13, 14 fish today already. Yeah, I think limits. Jason, do you have an over-under for, what would be the over-under for limits today, do you think?
Ooh, 15, 16 pounds maybe. Would probably be really
over-under as far as limits.
20.
As far
a limit?
No, limits.
Oh, shoot, you know everybody's going to weigh a limit today. I bet we have.
So you're saying 225 out of 225?
200 limits.
So what's your over under? 200?
Yeah, that's my over.
I'm saying over 200. If you're saying 200's our over under, I'm going to say over. If you get me in the two, I think a more accurate one would be a 215. 210 to 215 would be a closer number, I think. Then you would have to figure out then which do I pick, over or under.
At this point, guys are definitely gonna weigh. You know, so second tournament in the deal, guys are gonna want to get points. So if they have a small limit, they're still gonna bring it to the scales today. So we will definitely have a long wait today.
Okay, so I said 210, 215. So let's set it at 210. You think it's over? I think it's over 210. Darian doesn't think it's over 210. So if we've got 3 guys out there on the water, so I guess he's struggling watching limits. I have had some non-limits, but I'm saying you give them all day, they're going to have they're going to have 5 dinks.
Yeah,
I'm going under 210, and I'm going under 210, and I will bet a Jack's biscuit on it at Smith Lake. I'll buy both of you. Well, Robbie won't even be there. I'll mail Robbie a Jack's biscuit.
I know where that Jack's is.
And I'm not buying Luke Duncan a biscuit. I'm not buying Luke a biscuit, so I'll give Jason 2.
Well, I'm gonna miss you next week. I got a prior engagement like Luke next week, so you're gonna.
Oh man!
I'll hold that biscuit to the next one. So.
Okay. Well.
I'm sorry.
Heck, I may just eat yours and Luke's biscuit, to be honest. The way I roll.
Eat your own biscuit, yeah. Yeah.
I'm thinking you're not going to win
the cameraman and the boat driver.
So it doesn't matter anyhow.
I think our record here might honestly have been like 220 one year, or 223. It was something stupid. It was maybe 222.
Wow.
They were only like less than a
How
handful.
You doing? That's a lot.
Yeah.
What's your boat number? Fishing solo. Have you got any? Yeah. Any good weight? Yeah. Sorry, in the middle of our conversation, we rolled up on a man fishing solo today. Said he's got 5, but he wasn't proud of them. They got 5 little ones.
But he's got a limit.
He's got a limit. Now, you're right. That's it. Getting closer to that 220, that whatever 210 number.
Yeah, I think Jason kind of alluded to it though. With it being like a first or second stop, even though it's a small limit and you know it's going to be tight, you bring those fish in. If it's the last stop, a day like today, you might see 75 boats weigh in, you know, because they're saying, it's not going to do
that's
nothing.
a good point.
Well, not on the last stop. But with it being this early, you
that's a good
have
point.
to come across stage. My guy's got a limit. I didn't even say, ask what you've been throwing today. I see, what, cranking up front? What have you been throwing? Okay, cranking and a worm sometime on the bottom. At what point did y'all have your limit today? 6:45 you had your limit. Uh-oh, that's not looking good for you, Darian. They had their limit at 6:45. We didn't take off till 6. And for those of you watching at home, we say the over and under is 210. That is pretty impressive, but this lake is impressive as far as the numbers. It's not lacking in total fish. This lake is not to be confused with Lake Fork, though. You saw the Bassmaster last week. Did have a lot of rain. This water not as dirty as some of the other stuff. It's actually fairly clean. We did see, and I don't know if the other guys saw that, when we made our run earlier, there was a lot of floaters, a lot of wood out there in the main body of water. You're seeing this particular area where stuff is washed down. So we see you in this pocket. You're kind of staying out of the wind here. What have you been targeting today as far as the way things look from the outside or what's happening underneath?
The points and stuff is where we've been fishing. That's where we've been catching our fish. Until this wind change.
Does it have to have anything on those points? Are you looking for chunk rock? Are you looking for clay?
Some wood.
Oh, got he. You almost got that thing vertical, didn't you?
That's been staying off the bank some.
Yeah, so that may be one that helps them possibly. They'll have to get out the balance beam or scales. You'll see it. Usually when it gets so close like that, I don't know that I trust the scales as much as I would trust a balance beam, where it's just pure physics. Because with a scale, you have a little bit of movement up and down, and you have the same thing with the balance beam, but when they're tied together, they're both going to go up and down. I said, nope, that one doesn't make it in my 7-pound range. But you saw that fish, and we had it on camera there. That thing bit almost vertical. I mean, he was right there at the boat and was almost pulling it straight up, and it bit. And he said, that's why we're staying off the bank a little bit. Or that's why he's probably focusing on it now. Don't worry, we didn't catch that on camera. That means I need to back up a little bit, because we could be right about where they would want to be. So let's take a look at that replay once again. Again, throwing the crankbait, what he wanted to, and he's wanting to reel it in and get ready to cast again, and that's when she strikes, as he's pulling it on up. So that's a perfect example of don't give up. And you remember, I believe it was our last pair that we were at, said the exact same thing, that they were catching them right at the boat, and they would get off right at the boat. They didn't miss their fish. Helps to have sticky hooks, doesn't it?
Yeah, I lost a good one right off the bat this morning, like first fish. Probably not a good one, but better than what we got.
What do you think your big fish is?
A little over 2, probably.
He had a nice one on first thing this morning. Come off right
The one that come off on the back?
Yep.
What were you throwing then?
Orange crankbait, and I actually got it broke off over it. Switched it, but I caught several on this.
You lost the bait altogether?
Yeah. We can go figure the only one he had.
And that's your closest relative to what he had that you're throwing now?
I threw a different color, a little darker red, and it wasn't really working, so I tried this. It seems like they're all out here off the bank. They don't, they haven't got nothing up on the bank.
And that's okay too, but it'd be nice to know. It gives you more area when they're off the bank. You know, you can kind of focus a little more when they're up tighter. But you're not looking at no forward-facing sonar or anything else like that to see where they're camped out either.
I ain't turning none of that on yet.
Yeah. I'd be trying to channel my inner Hank Cherry though, because I can still remember that at the classics that I've covered, where the fish were prep wall or something like that where he had a good idea where they would be and then put that same bait right in front of him. What's your depth even that far out while your boat's sitting?
16.3.
16 feet and you're that close to the bank. So it just shows you how much depth you can get, how quick. I was thinking it would be 8, 9 maybe. But again, I guess that hill in front of you tells you it's a fairly steep drop. We'll get to see these guys walk the stage later on today. First flight checks in at 2:30 this afternoon at Wind Creek State Park. Come out and join us. Kay said bring your mud boots. Evidently it's a little soggy around there where we had the trailer set up. We've got our brand new release boat. The tanks look really good. The chute ready to be released for the first time today in competition. Good that they put the money, the time, the effort into doing that and giving back to these fish, keeping the resource as solid as it could possibly be. Poor Frank the tank's going to have to get in there up to his elbows, though. They're pretty deep. I don't think he can touch bottom if he leans over. He's going to have to get a safety hatch for him.
Put some luck on that. That's right.
And when in doubt, save it. Y'all live in Florida?
Yes.
Northern Florida?
Milton.
Yeah.
Right by Pensacola.
Yeah. So it's just a local tournament for y'all, you know. You've been doing this.
Yeah, this is only about the 4th time I've been here.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. But this would be considered a local tournament, the ABT.
Oh, yeah. Well, they do a good job, Kay does, and them running.
Yeah, quite the crew that they have. Pretty efficient. Everybody great getting in the water this morning. I know I was there a little earlier than normal, but you know the attendants up there at Wind Creek did good. Everybody, you know, had everybody lined up and parked. No issues whatsoever. You think the park? I thought the park would be more full than it is, with it being spring break. But there are a lot of RVs and stuff out there. Hopefully there'll be some people out there at the weigh-in today. I don't meet them, but it's always nice to have some fans. We got some of the looks from this morning as 225 boats were ready to put in the water, take off. How about an 8-hour fishing day? They start just as the sun comes up, and we'll be finished just as the sun comes down. And time changes tomorrow. Make sure you set your clocks back. It's stop number 2 of the ABT South on the Alabama Bass Trail from Lake Martin.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Big Bite Baits, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
It's that time of year. The Lannis McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event is on. We're talking $15,000 off select new Silverado 1500s. That's a holiday savings extravaganza. The 2024 Equinox is here. It's easy on the gas, easy on the eyes, and easy on the payments too. As low as $196 a month for a brand new 2024 Equinox. It's the Lannis McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event, saving you a whole lot of green. Only at the big store on University Drive in Huntsville.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
I grew up in the South. I love it here, like I love the homemade taste of Jack's. Right now, get our Bacon Ranch Big Jack. All beef patties, crispy bacon, and yeah, homemade ranch. Get the Bacon Ranch or our classic Big Jack starting at $5.49 with fries.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Fruit.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
It's that time of year. The Lannis McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event is on. We're talking $15,000 off select new Silverado 1500s. That's a holiday savings extravaganza. The 2024 Equinox is here. It's easy on the gas, easy on the eyes, and easy on the payments too. As low as $196 a month for a brand new 2024 Equinox. It's the Lannis McClarty Chevrolet Red Tag event, saving you a whole lot of green. Only at the big store on University Drive in Huntsville.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
And she got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it. Cheers.
Let's go.
I grew up in the South. I love it here, like I love the homemade taste of Jack's. Right now, get our Bacon Ranch Big Jack. All beef patties, crispy bacon, and yeah, homemade ranch, Southern style. Ain't no other way. We're good, hard-working people serving great food.
Big game today.
Big game today. Good luck. Come on in for our Bacon Ranch Big Jack or get our classic with crinkle cut fries starting at $5.49. Stop by and say hey. Hey. I'm Donna Davis, and I am all about the South.
Well, here we are, bush light breakdown. We're going to take a minute here and kind of run around the lake, each of us, and tell you what we've seen today. So each of us have been in different areas of the lake, kind of just bouncing around. We've seen a lot of teams today. We've seen a lot of fish catches. Most of the teams we've been on today have all been catching fish, and by this point, most of those teams already have a limit. We started out early this morning with a couple teams that were really catching them quick, you know, and these limits are small, you know, so with these limits being small, it's really taking the time to really have to take the time to upgrade. So what they're all trying to do is just trying to build some confidence. As they build that confidence, then they're going to go for largemouth hunting. So we did catch up with our team from last year that has won. There's one here not only once, but is one here twice. That is Steve Winslet and Rob Lee. Those guys are the ones to watch this week. We have really tried to find them early on, and their tracker just wouldn't update. Once we got in the area they were in, it's obvious why they weren't updating is because we had poor cell service. So we didn't get anything for live coverage, but you definitely can watch when this show airs on TV, and you can see those guys. They were just bouncing around to different pockets in the back of this cove. They did have a limit. They had about 11 pounds, which that's where we've seen a lot of teams today, sitting around that 11-pound range, 10-pound range. And I think as weigh-in goes along today, you're going to see a lot of bags just right there at that 10, 11-pound range. It's the guys that can break out of that and catch up to that 15, that 16-pound range. It's going to take a couple largemouth to do that and a couple of those big 3-pound spots to be able to do that. So we've bounced around. The water clarity got a lot better on this end of the lake as we moved up the river. It was really muddy, a lot of things floating. As we look at our trackers, a lot of the guys made that move up there, and then all of them kind of came back down this way. So we spent most of our day down on this end of the lake around with Darian. And Darian, tell us a little bit about what you've been seeing on this end of the lake as well.
Yeah, man, pretty standard. You out on the main lake, it's very clear. A lot of live scope and a lot of points, a lot of just standard fishing in the wind and clear water stuff, swim baits, spinner baits, fishing riprap banks. However, the guys that we've seen with the better quality fish, the ones that have had at least one kicker, that 2-pound plus fish, it seems like, has been the kickers that we've seen. Every one of those boats have been fishing in the backs of pockets, stained water, and pretty consistent with the way they're fishing. Foot on the gas as fast as they can get around, picking apart cover with really precise casts, fishing shallow, fishing old school, honestly. And one team to watch that I'm excited about seeing what happens at weigh-ins, which we're excited to see everybody, but the Millers, the two young brothers, the way they were fishing was a unique style. We hadn't seen that all day today, where they're actually doing both. They were fishing shallow, old school, spinner baiting and jig fishing along with live scoping. So they're foot down, making casts as much as they can, but they're not looking at the bank. All those target casts, they're just really just looking at their peripheral vision. They're staring at that Garmin unit, looking at live scope, making casts as they're going. Very interesting style, but it's a way to win. It's definitely a way to win. So I'm excited to see what the Millers come in with. You know, we haven't seen anything over. I think one person had 11 pounds today. So it is going to be exciting to see. Like we've said many times before, we've got trackers on, I believe, 28 boats today, somewhere around that number. And so we don't have everyone covered. We're not able to see what everyone else has, but we do get a good sampling of it. So make sure if you're watching at home, we appreciate all the comments and likes and shares. Y'all have blown it up today. We really appreciate that. That makes our job a lot more fun because we get to have interactions with all of you, and that's what makes this standing out in the wind a lot of fun. So thank you for everyone at home for watching. We really appreciate it, and we'll see y'all at weigh-ins this afternoon. Robbie Floyd, I'm going to throw it over to you.
Yeah, and Darren, I didn't see much forward-facing sonar. I saw one team, and they actually did have a 3-pounder, and that's the biggest fish that I had seen or heard so far in the tournament. But if you've got 11 pounds, you probably got close to a 3-pounder in your bag. I only saw 9 pounds from a few of our teams. So 11, you're going in the right direction. Who knows, you might even get a paycheck at 11, 12, 13, because that 16 to 18, although it is attainable, it didn't happen early from the ones that we have covered and the people that we know that have caught fish. So the old school approaches are what I did see today, and I saw a variety of baits, whether it be a spinner bait, crankbait, creature bait. Saw a couple of frogs and misses, buzz baits. They're throwing the kitchen sink at them today, but for the most part, I didn't see those people living off the graph, living off the forward-facing sonar. I saw hey, they should be shallow. I'm going to try shallow. If they're not shallow, I'm going to pull off of that bank and see if I can catch them there and what may be down there, the brush, what have you, etc. But either way, I set the over-under at 210. We only had 225 boats take off this morning. If you have 210 boats with a limit, you know that is a great lake, that is a great fishery, and that's exactly what Lake Martin has. And Kay, they might not be the biggest bass, but as far as plentiful, this place has it. Is it going to take 16 to win, or can we get up in that 18-pound range? And for me and the guys that I covered, I did not get to see those spots. It was mostly largemouth places that we were at today. So I'm looking forward to what lies ahead. 2:30 is the first flight that checks in, and I'll be there checking them in as they come in.
Awesome job, guys, out on the water today. One of the things I think is really important as we watch the day unfold when weigh-in gets here is it's the warmest it's going to be right now. So the temperatures are going to start dropping, and the low tonight is in that high 40s. So the temperature is going to start dropping. We've already seen the north wind pick up to 6 miles an hour. Wind was anywhere between 5 and 7 today. So we've seen the north wind pick up. We know that temperatures are going to start dropping. How is that going to affect the fishing after we come off the water? There is still a lot of fishing left to do, guys. I mean, 4:30 is the last check-in. We'll have about a 2.5-hour weigh-in. 225 teams will come across the scales, we hope, and we'll see how many limits at the end of the tournament. But we are looking somewhere between that 16 and 18-pound range. Will we be surprised? I hope so. I hope that we see this lake show out. We're going to see it show out in numbers. Thank you for tuning in. As Darian said, the interaction has been phenomenal today. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your comments, your questions, your likes, your shares. We appreciate that. Thank you for your kind comments on the quality of the coverage. We appreciate WOTM for bringing that to you today through Alabama Bass Trail's Facebook page, through our YouTube page, as well as on our website. So thank you for tuning in. The weigh-in starts here at 2:30. We'll be right back here at Wind Creek State Park, Lake Martin, stop number 2 of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. We'll see you then.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McLarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama.